Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. This is going to be a very, very interesting one for me. I'm going so far out of my comfort zone, it's unbelievable. Also, I have a new layout, not for the stream, but in the house. Let me push that one. Boom. Rah. Does this still work? It does still work. Rah. So yeah, I've moved things around, and I did the typical thing of I take a few hours to move some stuff around. 10 minutes before the stream, I'm still putting the computer back together again. So yeah, things might sound a little different, and honestly, I don't like what I've done. So I'm too close to the monitors now, so it's like, ugh. So yeah, but we'll see how this goes. We'll just see how it goes and sort of take it from there. But I do hope everybody's having a fantastic and wonderful day, and everyone has had a very good week. It is Friday. It's Friday. It's the end of the week. My last day of work. Back on Sunday. No. And also, Mr. Morkey, thank you very, very much for resubscribing. 3 months. 3 whole months. Or maybe 6.5 months. Added together. I don't know. I don't have the see, I can see that. I can see that. I'm looking at the monitor like I do normally, and normally I'm right there, and I'm way too close to them. Way too close to them. Yeah. Let's put that over there now. Okay. Doop. Bop. Okay. Doop 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 doop. Yeah, see, that's one monitor, that's the other monitor. This is so weird. Need to turn that way. Turn that way. I'm going to be adjusting some things as we go, trying to get stuff a bit better. I've also got to sit really upright, so I have no idea how this is going to last. So, yeah, okay. Well, we'll leave that like that, and we'll leave that like that, and we'll see how it goes. So, yeah, okay. Okay, so what is the plan today? The plan is to make the game Breakout, and unfortunately I had stuff set up for it, and as I said, I moved things around and then didn't bring things back up again. Yeah, this is I don't like it. So that's me looking forward at my I've got 3 monitors. I'm greedy. I've got 3 monitors. So that's me looking forward, and normally I would turn that much, and that's where my other monitor would be. However, now it's over there, and I've got a third one over there. So yeah, I don't like this layout. It's all too close. I want to be back here somewhere, so I can just do that and just do that. That's better. That's comfortable. But I changed desks. What it is, I changed desk to a different desk, and this desk is technically bigger, but not as deep. My other desk is a corner desk, so the monitor sits in the corner way further back. So yeah, we'll have to just see how this goes. But yeah, so I'm gonna try. I'll clean my glasses so I can see what I'm doing. That would help. Right. So, and it even loses tracking as well. I'm moving my head so much the camera can't keep up. Wow. This is going to be interesting. I can't move the monitor back any further unless it falls off the desk, so that's not going to work for us. Nope, don't do that. Nope. Right, okay. Right, okay. Okay, so I don't actually have anything you just do that, and I can capture my desktop, which is what we need to do. I think so. Let's yeah, okay, so this is going to be weird. I've not really done desktop capture before. I don't generally do it, but I don't think it's gonna really matter. Okay. Okay. Let's go over to here and see if I can do the thing. I'll shoot myself down as well. Boop, 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 boop. Ah, you can see that. Let's move that over there. That's out of the way then. There we go. Hey, so this is it, right? Let me go over here as well. That makes more sense in my brain. So Breakout. Breakout is a game where you, let's see here, you hit the ball with a block, and you go up and you break the blocks, and then you have to hit the ball again and make sure the ball doesn't go behind you. And once you kill the blocks, you win the level. It's dead simple. It's a very old game. 1976, I think it was the original. It says there. 1976. Breakout was I don't know what game it was on. I remember it was on, I think, the Atari and the Spectrum and things we played it on. So yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Okay, so we're going to try this and we're going to see how well it goes. So let me throw that back over there. My fantastic, wonderful desktop. Let's make a new project and oh no, not there. I want to have the universal render pipeline. That one there. So Breakout. Let's give this a try. Okay. Doobie-doobie-doop. I don't know why that's still there. We haven't done that in years. Okay. So let's give this a try and see what we can do. I am going to try and use the entity component system and all that sort of stuff, because I want to try to learn how that all goes and how that all works and stuff. So we will see that as and when it happens. I do have some other projects I might glance over at to try and figure some stuff out as we go, because I don't know what I'm doing. Which should be fun, I think. So yeah, so if I do, right, bloop, bloop. Oh, notepad needs updating. No notepad, no. Go over there. But let's throw a notepad over there. So yeah, okay. So is this the standard URP? That's what I want. Doop, 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 doop. That gives us all the fancy shaded things and stuff. Eee. What are you digging about? What are you digging about? That's weird. Hold the Alt key. And it... okay. That's going to be interesting. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. Amble, hello, good evening. Hope you are having a good day. So, yeah, I don't know what that bidding is. That's me pushing Alt. I don't know what the overlay... I wonder if something's mashed on my keyboard. You can't hear the ding. I muted the... Or can you hear the ding? I don't know. I don't see my desktop audio doing anything. Oh wait, sound settings, go over there. What are you doing here? That's better. Why am I... This is really weird. But I don't... something's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's not plugged in right somewhere. I think something's not plugged in right somewhere. Something's definitely not right. hold on. Let me go back here for a moment. Hold on. I need to I put B1. Should be just, yeah. But okay. Okay, right. Something was not configured correctly there. That's okay. We go back. It's fine. There we go. Okay. Right. So yeah. Is the update for Notepad? It must be the update for Notepad. It must be. It was more that the VTube Studio was picking up some form of sound and was making my mouth move. Do you see that? I'm not talking, and sometimes it jizz. Let's try that. That's better. Okay, it must be getting feedback from somewhere. That's weird. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, we're not going to update Notepad. So anyway, so the easiest way to do this would be, I don't know what you can't hear that now because hopefully I fixed that, but I think I messed something up with my keyboard. I'm pushing Alt to move the camera around, and it's bringing up stuff that it should be bringing up. I don't know. It's pushing a key that it should not be pushing. Oh well, doesn't matter. Because you use Alt to block the camera in place. So anyway, right. So we're going to do this in 3D, but it's going to be basically a top-down camera doing it in 3D. So that's absolutely fine. So and we can steal some of this stuff here. Let's get rid of the ground. We don't need the ground plane. That's fine there. I don't have a game window. Why do I not have a game window? Game window. There you go. So this is what the camera sees. So we want to first and foremost set our camera to be 0 by 0 and 0 by 0. Thank you very much. And then straight down. There are many shortcuts and things in Unity that I do not use. So I don't use a lot of them at all. I know you can push the WSQ to change these things here. I click buttons. I'm a clicker. I click buttons because yeah. And we're going to probably want it to be orthographic camera. And it literally can be like just 11 long, so that's fine. And that the camera should now see like that. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so we might steal the Unity ball for the thing. Let's take the Unity ball out of the geometry. What's the Unity ball made of? Let's get rid of the stand. We don't want the stand. Reset the Unity ball. There we go. We've got a ball. Awesome. Cool. It doesn't have any collisions, I don't think. Nope. It's got renderers. That's fine. Okay. So let's add a sphere glider to it. So it's a ball. Okay. It's a ball. And I don't think we're going to use actual physics for stuff. We're just going to like manually set speeds and things in scripts. It's going to be the best way to do things. We could do it with physics and just lock the actual the y-axis, so it always stays at a single axis. So, okay. So we want to probably zoom out a bit here. Actually, we are a bit close. Let's actually, it doesn't matter how far you zoom in or out. This is the size of the camera. It's not how you look at it, it's the size of it. So yeah, the ball. What have you got here for the platform? You've got borders and centers and all bits and pieces. So let's just use what we have at hand. A 32 by 18. Put it in. Because they're nice enough to give us stuff built into this thing here, so let's just use what we have. You can't hear that Windows noise anymore, can you? That's not a thing. And it wants to be, this one wants to be 32 wide, which means that south border, north border, west border, east border, just to make life easier so I know which one's which. Okay, so this should be at 9, it should be 1, and it should be 32. The west border is going to go over here and line up to whatever the thing is there. As it should be 0, so it's going to be -16, which makes sense, not 169. -16, 1, and you're going to be 18, and then you'll be 16 by 18 by 1. There below. Okay, so we have our thing. You can't see the borders. Why can't we see the borders? Oh yeah, we can't see the borders because the center actually needs to go down. Something like that. Nope, still can't see the borders. Oh, we're orthographic. That would be why. That would be why. So you can't see the borders because we are an orthographic scene. Let's change all of our borders to be like that, and then oh, we still can. Why can't we see them? Why can't we see them? I bet it's because of the light. It's making things all shiny. Hold on, let's put those back to what they were, because I don't really want them to be all that thick. Being thin is quite nice, but we obviously would need to change the directional light. There we go. Now we can kind of see the black borders. We'll figure that out later. We'll figure that out later. Okay. But we do know that we have our ball. Our ball wants to be down here. Oh dear. Nope. The ball wants to be down here. Be at 0. And we want to have a panel, and we hit the ball, and the ball will bounce around and hit the blocks, and everything will be fine. Now I want to actually make this, as I said, in ECS. I don't want to do it with the standard game objects and things, because that's not what we're going to need. So let's go into registry and let's, because I wasn't prepared for anything, install the entity things and stuff that goes there. This is going to be such a great stream. There's going to be a lot of me guessing what's happening and not actually doing things, but we should be okay. We should be okay because it shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, reload scene, that's fine. We need entity graphics as well. Not interested in netcode because we don't need that. Boop, boop, boop. That's okay. It doesn't matter. Boom. Okay. So let's clean up the project down here as well. Make me a folder. Prefab does not have a 4 in it. I don't know why prefab's got 4. Uh-oh. 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 Right. Water's got in my keyboard. Water has got in my keyboard. I'm pressing F. I don't think you can see that. I'm pressing F and it's putting 4 in front of it and behind it. That might be why my Alt key is making weird noises, because it's pushing 2 keys at once. That must have been when I was moving stuff around. I must have dropped something and not noticed. It doesn't look wet, but it's obviously not very happy. Yeah. Can I resolve that quickly? Yes, I can. Bear with me just one moment. You, Mr. Keyboard. Wow. Okay, I push the num lock button, the scroll lock comes on as well. Yeah, that Mr. Keyboard needs to go over there. I'm gonna leave you all plugged in so you can just dry it over time. I don't know what I just dropped there, that's fine. It'll dry out, it'll be fine. Keyboards are pretty robust. They do a good job. And then I grab this one and plug this in. Like that, and now I should be able to do this. However, this keyboard, wow, I'm gonna have to keep looking down at to type, because it's not a different layout to my keyboard, but it is a different feeling to my keyboard. Sorry. The feet won't stay open on it. Great, groovy. Okay. There we go. Now I can move things around and stuff doesn't go weird. Okay. 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 Right. Right. That's what I get, I suppose, for moving everything around before the stream and not really caring for it. Put you down over there. Right. So, what I'd like to do is turn this around so it's kind of facing upwards. It's going to look weird. It's going to look very weird. Oh, it's got a weird shine to it. D, hello. Well, Unity, hence why the title of the stream says Unity 3D. So yeah, we are going to try and do this and get this right. I don't want to use that ball. We might get rid of the ball. We'll see where it goes. So anyway, so yes, so we have the entities come out. So what I can do here is now I create a new subscene. So save scenes as let's call it the game scene. Create a new subscene, and this is the entity scene. And anything that's in the entity scene gets converted automatically to an entity, which is fine, but we don't want to do anything that we want this ball to become a prefab, so we can access it later. There we go. Okay, not the geometry. No, that was wrong. Not the geometry. The ball. There we go. Yeah. We're going to make Breakout. We're going to remake a game called Breakout. Which is the whole, you bounce the ball up, it hits a block, it destroys the block, it comes down, you have to hit the thing to make it move. So yeah, that's what we're giving a try, just as something very entry level, very simple to do, because yeah, I've tried hundreds of different projects in Unity over the years, over a decade if not longer, and I've never finished one. Never actually finished one, so I'm thinking of taking something simple and giving it a try. So yeah, things are a little weird here because stuff moves around. I moved stuff around in the room that I'm in the room, so stuff is weird, very weird. And also when it comes to Unity, I think I know what I'm doing, but I probably don't. So it's definitely not tutorial. This is definitely not tutorial. This is absolutely the opposite of that. So I want to make myself a script folder. Keep everything nice and clean. Jesus, what was that? I don't even know. Stuff everywhere. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right. There's things falling down, there's stuff all over the place, there's things balanced everywhere because I didn't actually finish doing what I was doing before I had to start streaming. So everything is a mess. But hey ho, that's the fun of it. So right, okay. So we want to put the geometry into the entities one. So when we hit play, it becomes an entity things. Not that it doesn't particularly matter. So but yeah, but it does. It should become entities on its own. So yep, okay. There's our world. Okay, oh, wherever it is, it's down there. It's blue. Something shining blue. Don't know what that is. The ball then wants to spawn with yourself. So do you know what? Let's not use fancy confusing ball for anything. Let's just use primitives. Primitives are going to be the easiest way to do things. So make me a sphere, and then make me a cube. So this is going to be our ball. Dump. Our cube is going to be resized to right. This is where things get a little confusing because when you spawn entities, they don't resize to the right thing. Also, I did kind of have an idea of not doing it with blocks and doing it with hexes, just like my intro screens and things are. So we might do that later. So I'll have Pro Builder installed later on, but let's just go with this for the minute. So this is going to be our paddle. This keyboard is, well, there we go, that's better. Ball, paddle. This can also be our block, because the block would be the same size as a paddle. Okay, so boom. Original prefab, boom, there you go. Okay. We do need to obviously colour these and do things with them. So yeah, they all want colliders, so we can do stuff with that. I've not used entities physics, so I'm not quite sure how to do actual physics with. Yeah, I'm not sure how you do collisions on entity physics, so we'll have to figure that one out. Okay, so we want to, when we start the game, we want to spawn some blocks, and we want to spawn a paddle, and the paddle wants to move with us, and then the paddle, the blocks want to do things. So, let's create a new entities baker script, and this is going to be the block baker. I'm not sure if anybody knows how entities and ECS and things like that work in Unity. It seems like you have to take extra steps to do basic stuff, but you don't. There are some extra steps involved, but it makes things later much easier, much easier. So no, go away. So a baker script is what you put onto an entity, and when the entity is when the game object is converted to an entity, it is called baking. You bake the object, and you can give it information, and it will hold that information. So we want to know, obviously, our block baker, which is just, I'm gonna try that again and just call this the. Actually, no, the block baker can be fine. That's not a problem. We'll just call it. It's a block baker. So we know it's a baker script. I should put them in individual folders. That's what I should do. So yeah, so we can give this data, for instance. So if I let me I should be called authoring, shouldn't it? Yes, it's an authoring script. You fool. Yes, that's what it is. It's an authoring script. Not that's. I'm getting my naming wrong. Why is voice meter still running? Go away. Unity hub. Go away. Yeah. So get rid of you. Yeah. A baker. Well, can't call this the block authoring script. That's what you do. You author a script, which you bake it with the authoring. Okay, let's create another script, which is going to be a iComponent data script, and this is going to be the block data. Okay, and the idea is that, so what information does a block need? Well, it needs to know its toughness, basically. So it needs to know how many times it gets hit before it breaks. So it's not called it hit point. Let's call it hit points. Let's call it hit points. Hit points. Okay. Oh. And that's all you have in the data script. And then in your authoring script, you can here have the hit points if you want to, or you can change them in code if you want to, and then you just go I'm going to copy some things just to make life easier for myself, so just to save typing stuff out. Be like that. No? Oh. There we go. So we get the entity, which is us, wherever we are, and transfer user flag is useful if you're trying to move the entity around, but right now we're not moving anything, we're just baking it down there. And instead of adding a new move tag, we want to add a new block data to it, and in here we can say hit points is equal to authoring, which is the script up here, dot hit points. Okay, so like that. And what that basically does is, in the editor we can set the hit points for a block, and then here we add the data to the block, and we copy the settings from here to there. You can then later edit this data elsewhere to change things. So obviously right now we're just going to basically add 1 hit point to every block. So if we go down here, let's go to our prefabs, our block. We will add the block altering script to it, and you can't see because my head's in the way, isn't it? Let me move down a bit. There you go. So here we have the hit point. So we're going to give it 1 hit point for the moment, and then we know it's got 1 hit point. If it gets hit by the ball once, it becomes 0 hit points, and if the block data on a block becomes 0, we can remove it because we know that's a thing. Cool. Okay. The paddle's going to have to be a case of us moving the mouse. So I need to get information about moving the mouse, which I'm going to have to look up. And then the ball, the way I envisioned doing it was going to be to have the ball just move at an angle, and then it just reverses the angle whenever it hits things. But if we ever want anything like the ball speeds up for whatever reason, we'd have to have other stuff to it. So let's do that here. Let's create a new. It's kind of. I really wish you could put these entity things elsewhere. Like I want them. Like, I want a behavior script there. I want the entities one to be up there. So, let me copy the word authoring because my spelling is phenomenal. Entities, new behavior script, and we'll call this the ball authoring. And you have to wait for Unity to reload every time you create a new script. I'm sure there's a way you can turn that off so it only reloads when you hit play, but I can't remember how to do that. Oh no, that should be ball. That should be called ball data. Okay, we can rename that. The great thing about that, the entity system, is you don't have to name your script. The name of the file doesn't have to be the actual name of the things inside them. So, you know, just because this is called ball data, we could have a public structured ball. I will change this data anyway. So, we want again public int, which is going to be speed, because we need to have how fast the ball's going. Okay, and in ball authoring, we do exactly the same as the block authoring. Let's copy that bit there, paste that there. We don't want to add block data, we want to add ball data. And instead of hit points, this wants to be speed. And up here, we want a public int speed. And my Visual Studio has done that whole thing where it's no longer connected to Unity. It does this a lot, and I don't know why, so it's not giving me the autofill. Yeah. Like, it doesn't know what build data is. Build data is. Ball authoring is like a definition for ball. Yeah, I know. Save. Okay, are you going to wake up now and let me do things here? No, you're not. This happens an awful lot, and I have to close Visual Studio and reload it. I don't know why it does that. It disconnects from Unity. Luckily, it doesn't seem to take ages to do things. I have not changed the title on Twitch, have I? Nope. Nope. That's entirely the wrong thing. What? No. Oof, there we go. There we go. I just realised that. I just glanced over and saw that it was registering the wrong thing for it. So, okay. Okay, right. Now you are going to recognize that we've assigned stuff. Okay, cool. Right. So we have our boom, we have our block data, the paddle we're going to have to deal with in a bit. So we want to create another entity. I'm going to actually do a baker script, and this is going to be our block spawner. Now to start with, I'm just going to hard code what we're going to do, and then later we can have different sets of data doing stuff for making the thing. So here, public int x amount and y amount. Well, technically z amount, but it's got to be z. Boom. Then I need to know how to do. We want to spawn blocks in using this information. So we're going to do a. Oh, how can we spawn in? Do we spawn in inside a baker? I don't think we do we? You don't use an I system for it, or is it a system base? System base? Can't remember what the ones are. Can't remember what the different things do for different things. So augmented is just data. The I system is a system that's always running. So it's like an on start, but it doesn't have a start function, so it's always running. And the entity, iJob entity script is for a job, and a baker script is a baker. There's no system base anymore. They might have taken system base away. I knew they were talking about depreciating it, so maybe they don't do that anymore. Maybe they don't do the system based one. So how do you spawn mortal items with this? Because the way I know how to do it is you process the spawn, but you only want to process the spawn once per level, so you'd only fire it off a single time, and that's an I system doesn't work that way. An I system has an update thing, so let's really do it in the on create. I'm not sure if we're doing it on create. Hold on. Let's create a I system and then call this the box spawner system. Yep, reload. Boom. So it's got an on create. So on create is when this is made. This system is made, and I think you can run in the editor sometimes, which is weird. On update runs every frame of your game, so that's where all your game logic goes. And then on destroy is when you stop the game or finish the game or unload the level or do whatever. So maybe in on create we do it. So I know we're going to need block spawning data as well. Create a new entity, open data. What data? Doop. Come on. Oop. Okay. So the game manager is going to have a. Oh, I didn't put the word authoring on this, and I really should have. Give me your authoring. We don't need the ball authoring anymore. The spawn data, we need to know, well, we need to just have the same information handed over. So I think you could do it in a, baker. So we want to add a where's our other authoring block authoring? Grab that, because it's all the same sort of data, all the same sort of thing. Oop. We want to add new block data. We want to add new block spawning data, spawner data. X amount is X amount and Y amount is Y amount. No. Yep, we'll end that there. Save that. And in the, not the block authoring, but the block. Oh, yeah, I need to rename that. Rename it. I want to rename the actual script itself. No, okay. Ooh. Rename that to that. Spawn authoring does not contain a Y. Oh yeah, it's not technically Y. Excuse me. Wow, not technically Y. It's X and Z, but we'll go with X and Y. Although that will come back to bite us if I don't do that. So no, let's not do that. Let's change these to be Z. Because save all those. In three-dimensional space, Y is up and down, so we're looking straight down, so X is along here and Z is along there and Y is towards the camera or away from the camera. So yeah, so you see here it's three-dimensional space, so we would be looking at the thing this way. So Z is up and down, or front to back, X is left and right, and Y is up and down. So if we stick with that, it makes life easier for us later. I could also make this a vector 2 as well, which would have made life easier, or vector 3. Okay, so can I do a for each loop in on create? I'm just going to come over here and copy this because I don't want to double type things. I'm glancing over the screen thinking, oh, I'll type it out. It makes sense, but no, you can see me looking over. So, so in block spawner data, is that one? No. Yes, block spawner data. And again, you've completely disconnected from Unity. You're not giving me any of that wonderful thing, really. Multiply public is not valid for this item. What? Yeah, sorry. So there's only going to be one here anyway, so I don't even need to do a full reach. I can just literally just do a standard like a spawn. So we could come down here and do a basketball, void, small blocks. Spawn block spawning data, block spawner data. Okay, so I don't need to do that. I just need to go spawn blocks, send the state in, and then I want to do a system API query. Now I'm not entirely 100% sure the system API query block spawner data. Oh, sorry, you must be a reference. Nope. Hang on. So the system API basically reaches out into the game logic and tries to find any information about this here. This ref RO, you've got ref RO, ref RW. So you've got read write, read only, and then you've got standard ref, which is just making a reference of that one rather than copying the data. You're making a reference to the data for that. So. So I should do this and then send in a reference to the spawner. Can I convert from oh dear. Block spawner data. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? This was to take place inside a for each loop. Ah, so I do have to do a for each loop. Okay. Okay, right. Kind of redundant. Because there's only one of them, but it's just how it goes, I suppose. No, so we do that. No, wait, what? Argument 2 must be passed with the ref keyword. Right. Oh, hold on. There we go. There we go. Okay, we have to change. We have to define the data type we're using down here. So we're reading it as a read-only, so we have to read it as a read-only down here. That means we don't want to change the data in it. If you have it as a read-write, it means that it copies the data and then replaces the data. Even if you don't change it, it still replaces the data. So RO is faster if you're doing that. So okay, so on create, you will do this and you will run this script here. So let's do a for x equals 0 x is less than spawner dot value RO, because we're reading it as a read only, dot x amount. So that's why we have the data. We can read the data in here. Okay, and then we do another one there, but this is not y, this is going to be z. Z equals spawn z amount, z plus plus, bump, bump, bump. There we go. Okay, so that will iterate over however much we have set for the spawner to be x and y amount. So the x is the amount across and the y is the amount up. Oh dear, right. So we want to create a new entity at a point in the map based off of this here. So so if we say we should try and always make sure that these are odd numbers. The z not so much, but the x should really be an odd number because they are 3 wide. So you always want to try and have an odd number. You don't have to have an odd number, but we could always run logic to check if it's odd or even and then offset it depending on whether it's odd or even. Because if you imagine so we have our block, there is our block 1, and then we have block 2, and then block 2 will be spawned like there, and then we have block 3, and they get spawned there, and that's fine. Well, actually block 3, sorry, would get spawned on that side. Yeah, but that's fine. But if you have an even number of blocks, that means we're going to have it like that, and it's going to be offset. So if it's an even number, we need to offset this back here. Also, there are shadows and things. I should probably just get rid of the can we just turn the direction light off? Oh god, no, let's leave the direction light on, but we may muck about with things like global shadows and stuff. Can we turn that off? No. Can I return off shadows? Everything is 2-dimensional. I kind of, right, maybe we should try the camera being orthographic. Not being orthographic, sorry, being what am I trying to say? Make the camera try and be there. Also, this should be 1920 by 1080. There we go. That's better. That's better. So I'm making everything 16 by 9 because that fits to a 1920 by 1080 monitor. So this is 16 tiles wide. Well, it's 38 tiles wide by that. So yeah, if we do that, but then we can play with the camera. We could have the camera like we can move the camera down to there. So it would be above whatever the south border was. What is that? -9. So if I put the camera to -9, like that, so let's look at the border, and then we actually didn't rotate it as much, and we did it like that. You can change the way the game works, make it look 3-dimensional or 2-dimensional, however you want to do it. So I think for now we're just going to have it like that. But I want to have it 3-dimensional so we can see things, even though I don't have any shadows enabled. If we turn shadows on, yeah, you need shadows. You can muck about with them to get them to look fantastic, but by default they always look pretty bad. So yeah, like hard shadows, just put a hard line here. Why is it all jagged and zigzag, and why is there a hole there? And yeah, so but let's leave it on for the minute so we can see the geometry. Yeah, so okay, so game manager, let's add our data to this. So this wants to be no, this wants to be block spawning authoring. Okay, and we'd like to put in let's say it's going to be 5 by 5 for the minute. 5 by 5 seems like a good number. There you go. Okay, so that will send to the data 5 by 5, and then in here it will go 5 across and 5 up and down. And this all starts from 0, and 0 by 0 is the center of the map here. So what we need to do is not actually start from 0. We need to start from half of this over here and up or down. So so I need to find where the hell I spawn things, because I cannot remember. So entity manager, yes, of course. Okay, so we want to make a new entity, and we're going to call this new entity. Equals is it the state? I'm trying to do this without reading the other things. I'm glancing over at it, but I'm trying to stat sheet dot spawn entity. There we go, and we can spawn it not is a method which is not valid in the given context. Oh no, there's something else we need to do as well. There's something else we need to do before we can do this. In the block data, not the block data spawner, we need the block data. So in here, block data, we also need to store the entity itself. Okay, and then if I go with the block authoring, we can say no, you've done it again. Oh no, I made it public. Need to make it public. If it's not public, you can't read it. Entity equals entity, because we already have ourselves, so we're just storing ourselves there so we know who we are. Okay, so I should be able to now come to the block spawning system, and we should instantiate ref ro is it ref ro? No, it's not ref ro. Who is it? Spawn. No, that's not where we store the data. That's not where we store the data. We don't store the data about the block on the block. So we don't store the data that is the block on the block. Public entity, boom. We store it here, and then the authoring, we go up here. Public game object prefab. Go here. Entity equals authoring. Prefab. Can't explicitly convert it. How do we convert it? Oh. Get entity authoring.prefab. No? I beg you, get into the game of just obsolete. Use the version of the function with the explicit transform usage flag. So I have to add the transform usage flag. I don't know what these. So we've got non-linear dynamic. Renderable. There's non-uniform scale. I know that's important if you are scaling something to be like 10 on the x-axis but 1 on the y-axis. That's there. Well, the only ones I know are none and walled space. And the difference is that none just means you don't care about it and you will be setting the position in code later, which is what we're doing, so we need none. Walled space means that you are getting the entity and you want to know where it actually is right now, so you can use that information later. So we're going to go with none because we don't care where it is, because we're going to set the data here for it. So spawner.valueRO.entity. Okay. Unnecessary assignment of state entity. I don't know if you can set the. No, you can't set the position directly there. Okay, that's fine. So now we need to set the position of the entity. This is the bit that always confuses me, which is why I have this up. Because I need to get the data for it. So this is the bit that confuses me, because it used to just be called transform when you're dealing with game objects. It's now called local transform when you're dealing with entities. So, and not to confuse myself, I will call it local transform. I don't want to do a new local transform. I want to do what have we got here? We could. Can I make it a new one? There's assignment never used. Yeah, so we can create a new one. Because normally I get the spawner system, so we get that. But I don't think that's a good idea, because we're spawning multiple items. So we get a new. We make a new local transform data. I want to say this is something, the archetypes. I know archetypes are things like they store position, rotation, data. They're all the arbitrary stuff that the transform stuff used to do in Unity. But I don't know how to edit archetypes directly. So yeah, no. So local transform dot position is going to equals a new. Is this position a vector 3 or a float 3? It's a float 3. Float 3. No, don't use method. No. Float 3, and I want you to add the using statement to the top, because we're going to use maths. The Unity mathematics library is way quicker than. Yeah. Also, I realise I don't need to do that. I can do it, but yeah. But the X is going to be our X position. The Y is going to be 0, and the Z position is going to be our Z position. Okay. This can be changed to just be new. I don't actually have to do that there. Object initialization can be simplified. Can it? How? How can it be simplified? Ah! Ah, okay, so we can create a new one and add stuff to it direct. Ah, ooh, eyes are learning stuff, which means we've also got things like rotation in here, scale. Ah, nice, so I don't have to set them all individually. Ah, cool. Okay, I'm going to leave that as is. I'm not entirely sure whether the scale keeps itself. It may not, the scale may not, which might be what we need to do in the authoring, but we'll see, we'll test it first, so put on. We don't need to rotate it at all. And then once we've done that, we need to use the entity manager. And we need to set, so you can set an archetype here, but I don't know how. So I'm just going to set a component data because that's the easiest way to do it. Archetypes are apparently very, very quick. So new entity, local transform. So that should spawn all our blocks where we want them to be spawned. Okay. What's wrong with this? Block data expected something else. Oh, yep, sorry, I messed that up. So save that. Edited that. Oh, okay. Okay. So it doesn't run in the editor. That's good. That's good. We don't have a prefab. Okay, let's put the prefab for our block in here. Boom, like that. Hit play. Should have saved it. Always do that. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Okay, nothing happened. I think I know why. And I think it's because of this, because I'm doing it in the on create. And I should be doing it in the on update. Because different things become ready at different times, and I think the onCreate fires in Unity before data is applied to entity. So the onCreate in a system fires before this game manager has become an entity, so none of this data exists. So yeah, so this hasn't, the authoring hasn't fired yet to create the data. So I think I need to put it in the on update. There is a drawback to that though. Okay. Save, always save. I wish there was a, when you hit play it could save, but yeah. If I hit play now, let's see whether this works. Will it work? Will it not work? Who knows? It's not doing a thing. Why are you not doing a thing? Why are you not doing the thing? What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Ah, I see what I'm missing here. I need to actually put these in the entities thing. That would probably help. If I put them in the entities thing, that would probably help. Okay, let's move this back out of here into there. If I did put them in the right place, that would probably help. All right, save everything, hit play. Okay, nothing happened. And again, I think that's because this is there. It has to be in the on update. I don't think on create works that early. So yeah. Okay, play. Right, okay. So I've got one block rendered apparently in the world. Don't know why I've got one block rendered in the world, but we have one block rendered in the world. So something happened, just not what we expected. However, can I give me a new, can we open the Windows entities hierarchy? Aha, okay, we don't have one, we have a bajillion of them. So we have all these blocks, but they're all located in exactly the same space. No, you're located 1 by 2. You're located 1 by 0. You're located 3 by 3. But I can't see you. Why can I not see you? Ooh. Ooh, right, pause, stop. Stop. So, play. Pause. That has created a lot of them already. Okay, let's go underground. Nope, only the one spawning. Why is only the one spawning? And it is at position 0 by 0. Oh, okay, and if I move it, it doesn't appear to move. Okay. Okay, why are you... You have a local thing, and you have a local to world data, so the data is here, but it's not moving them for some reason. It's got no aspects on it. Zero X is less than the spawn or X amount. Spawn. You are making them, and you're making them every time as well. So I want to only run this once. The only way I know how to do this is a really hacky, bizarre way, and I'm sure somebody knows a better way to do it. Because I would use a system base, because the system base has a start function, but system base has been depreciated. So, so we want to have a public. That's not how you spell public. That's still not how you spell public. Public bool of run once. Okay. And then I want to change this to from read only to read write. We can still read these values the same way here. That's absolutely fine. Oh, this needs to be a read write here as well. There you go. Boom. Okay, and then we want to go spawner dot value read write dot run once equals true. Then up here we want to go if spawner dot value read only dot run once so if we haven't, by putting an exclamation mark in front of it, it means the inverse of what it is. So if run once is false, then we run it and then we set it's true. So it should only run once. Play. And that should make 15 entities. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 5 times 5 is 25. That is correct. I can't see any of those. None of them are rendering. I know why. I know exactly why. I know exactly why. Because when you create a new local transform, you must set the scale. Can we read the entity? Is that possible? Spawner dot value ro dot entity dot. No, we can't read the transform from the entity. Equals local to world. See, that's what I want to do. Local transform dot identity. But then you can't set this here, so you set a new one. So if we set a new one. Boom. And we go scale equals what does it expect scale to be? It's a float. Okay. That isn't going to work for us though. Bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. Bloop. Yeah, that isn't going to work for us. Okay, it spawned 25 by 25 of them. Although I'm going to be honest with you. Hold on. When I move that one out, oh, hold on. Ah, no. A scale of 1 means it copies the original data. Because these have been scaled, remember, to 3 by 1. Cool. Okay, so that works. That works. So now we need to do spawn these apart from each other. But I need to spawn them right. We know they're going to be 3 in size. We've hard coded that, so I'm going to use magic hard code numbers, which is bad programming. You should always have stuff that's accessible, so you can edit it in the editor. Which we could do. Let's do that. Let's do that. Hold on. Block data. We could send the actual block data in as well. How do I do that? How do I... Get component? Oh, see, that gets a component directly from entity. We don't want that. Get singleton, don't want to get singleton, that's not what I want to do. Query? I need to get the data. I need to get the block data. So we're getting, oh, hold on. I have this. I remember getting stuck on this before. I have this somewhere in my Right, so we have to change this here. So I have this already because I keep forgetting this is a thing. So if we change the system API, we still want to do a system API query, but I need to do a refrw block spawner. Okay. In fact, what I can do, rather than do this, I can do var, which is a generic make it up as you go. But because the system is burst compiled, it's smart enough to know what it's supposed to do. The compiler will fix that for me. So generally you don't want to use them. You want to try and always define things exactly. Like here we're defining it exactly what the data is, but you can use var. var is fine. So I want to do a spawner, and I want to do a block data like that in block data, and then after that you put a comma, and then we go ref ro block data we get rid of that one and we put it at the end. And that one. Okie dokie, Emble. There we go. So, right, okay. So we are now saying we're looking for two things. We're looking for a spawner and a block data. These names can be whatever you want to name them. They are purely for reference. But here is the important part. So the query is looking for the block spawner data and a block data. And we have a read-write access to the spawner and read-only access to the data. And then here, I can send in the block data. And then down here, I can do a ref ro block data, like that, and that sends in there. And because we are down here defining exactly what we want the data to be, this will know what it's looking for. So yeah, if you put a var here and a var there, it can just be anything. Like it could be any data structure, and the system has to look ahead to figure it out and stuff, and it's slow. And I say slow, it's working a bajillion. I like that word, bajillion. It's not a real word, but I like it. It's working way faster than you and I can think. But yeah, at least that's my understanding of it. I hope that's right there. So now we have access to the block data. So we can go to the block data here, not block spot. We go to the block data, back to a block data, go back. Go to block data and block all three. So we can set public. So let's say all blocks are going to be. What did it say? Block X size, and then block Z size because we're using X and Z. Okay, so we'll do that in the block altering. We then do that here. So we go public int block X size and oh yeah, I forgot you can do it that way. Yeah, you can add so we want to go block X size equals X size and then block Z size equals Z size. Boom, there we go. Okay. So what does that let us do? That lets us come into Unity, go to our prefabs, click on our block, and we now have more options down here. So the X and Z sides. So we could grab them from here. Why you should be 0, 0. So the X is 3 and the Z is 1. So we're going to go 3 by 1. That tells us exactly what size the block is. That also means we could create a second block that is of a different size. And because of that, we could have one level that's got these 3 by 1s. We could have another level that's got 1 by 3s, another level that's got 2 by 2s. We could have different size blocks. I probably want to change this to be hexes, just because that's kind of the thing that I do on the channel. We use hexes everywhere. So this is a little bit redundant because we won't use the block size there, but more information is better than less information. So okay, so the spawner tells us how many blocks we want to spawn. The block data tells us how big the blocks are. So in the block spawner, we now know we don't want to spawn at X 0. We want to spawn at halfway between 0 and that times the size of our block. Okay, so we want to spawn at the total amount divided by 2. I'm going to use redundant brackets here, or parentheses. I will say brackets, that's not technically correct. So those are not brackets, they are parentheses. Technically those are brackets, and those are curly brackets. So I know, but I'm going to say brackets. So okay, and they're redundant in places, but I do that because I can see it better, and it will get rid of them. The compiler will get rid of them if it knows. You can even see them; they're grayed out, so they're not being used. So the compiler will get rid of them, so that's fine. So we're taking half the total amount. We want to times that by our block data value ro dot x size, and then we want to make that minus doop. So it is minus the spawner like that. Okay, so it's a negative value of wherever the X amount total is divided by 2 times the block size, and then we want to add X to it. So when we go to 1, we move over, but because we're timing it by block size, it should move over by 3. Okay, let's just test one line at a time. I keep hearing banging on the wall as if things are going on there, and it's my chair making noises. So if I keep looking over, I keep hearing stuff that's not. Yeah. So play. This is the stuff as well that you need to do a lot when you are editing, changing, and adjusting things. You need to make sure that you do one change and then play to test it, and one change and play to test it, because if you do multiple changes and one of them doesn't work, which one didn't work? Now I know what didn't work there because it's something I forgot to do. So in our block spawning data, we have this public bool run once. It is now set to true because it was set to true on the last run, and we haven't reset it to false. So I need to come into the block spawning authoring here, and I want to go one runt equals false. So every time we this bakes, it becomes false, and this bakes every time you hit play. Okay, sort of every time we hit play. That's not technically true, because if you let me show you. Here we go. This is the best way to show you. Public bool run once. Okay, and I'm actually going to set that to false straight off the bat, so I know it's false. And this is going to be authoring dot run once. Okay, save. So go to the game manager. We see here we have a run once tick box thing. If I hit play, nothing's going to happen. Why is nothing going to happen? Why is nothing going to happen? What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? Save. We haven't run once, which we haven't run once because we haven't run once. Why you no run no more? Why you no run no more? This could be looking for someone that's got block spawn data and block data on the same entity, which is never going to happen. Whoa, which is never going to happen. So this may not be running. That makes sense because the block data is specific to a specific block, isn't it? That was a weird sentence. The block data is specific to a specific block. Of course it's specific to a specific block. We need multiple blocks. We need a way to handle multiple blocks. Because the we add multiple blocks to this, so rather than add the block authoring to here, can I take that off and put it? No, I can't. You've got to remove that, and then add block authoring 3 by 1 by 1. And that's run. There you go. Boom, it's run there. Okay. Stuff's in the wrong place here. Interestingly, it's a run, but it hasn't updated this run once tab here, which has surprised me. Because it should have. That's weird. But if I untick that, you'll see it's spawned another group. So, I'm not quite sure why that's not. Oh, no, I know why. Sorry, I know why. So, data cannot interact with the mono behavior. You have to do some weird convoluted jump through many hoops to get data to interact with mono behaviors. So, yeah, so this is only going to be an internal one. So let's set this to false every time we start the game, so we know that's going to work there. That's fine. So this did not spawn the way I expected it to. Plus, oh no, of course it will. Plus x times block data dot value row dot block size x. Okay. We need to move over every time for this. Is it times or is it plus? Nope, that looks good. I think that looks good. So, yeah, I want to I want to add a buffer in between them. Okay, how do we add a buffer in between them? We could shrink these down 2.9 by 0.9, so they are technically 3 by 1, but they're not. They're 2.9. So the physical thing. There we go. Boom. So that's what I want to do. Okay. Okay, and that is now spawning where 0 is here, but the X is moving backwards and then the Z is moving up. That's fine. That's what we want to do. We do need to make sure we don't ever have more than a certain amount of Z ones on here though, do we? So let's go to the game manager and let's set Z to be, say, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 is the highest we can go. I don't know how to limit those numbers. I don't know how to actually. Does range work here? Range has to be between 1 and 9. Same here. Does that work? I don't know if it's a mono behavior. It should work. So if I click this here, yeah, there we go. Now we have sliders. There we go. We've got sliders. Cool. So we can do 9x9, hit play, and that should stay within the confines of the block. The 9x9 might not. 9 across. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Technically, we can do 10. 9x10. Let's make that range 9x10. Okay. Oop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. 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 I changed the wrong one. That one. Yeah. Save. Now, this should still work. Even though I said a little while ago, we need to figure out whether we're evens or odds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hold on. Oop. 10. Stop. Play. So here's something as well. You can change altering tools whilst you're playing. But if you do that, so you see here we have, if I scroll down, we've got that many blocks. If I change these, it generates loads of new blocks. It doesn't delete the old ones. Yeah, so this is the thing here. So we are starting in the center, which is here, and we are counting back, and then we're going across. But because we're times 3, it's offset. So we need to test whether this X number is an even number, or we need to just force it to be an odd number. Can you do that? Can you do that? Let me go to a good old YouTube. Range force odd. How do you force even or odd numbers? Oop. If it freeze the G. Doesn't know random for specific term. Oh, it's random. Okay, so I wonder if there's a way to do. Min max order attributes to follow. Optional field to specify the order that multiple decoration draws should be drawn in. Oh no, we don't want that. Let's just do it 1 to 9 and header. Must be an odd number. That just tells us it must be an odd number. We could do some jiggery pokery down here to make sure it's an odd number. But we could just round down if it's not an odd number. But if I do that, we get header. Must be an odd number. Oh, sorry, X. X must be an odd number. Okay. Let's go down here. And do a couple of little checky things here. So, if authoring dot x amount modular Google is a percent sign. The modular is a percent sign. Yes, it is. 2 equals 0, then that means it's an even number. Okay, then authoring dot x amount. I don't think. What? Didn't think this could interact with that. Let's find out. Well, so if I put this to 8, now it becomes 7. Hey, I've got a slider that's only even number, only odd numbers. Nice. Okay, cool. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. I suppose if you wanted to do this in the model behavior, you do this on the onValidate. There's a function called onValidate, which basically means that every time you change something in the editor, it validates to check whether this is valid, and you can override the onValidate, and you could do this in there, and that would do the same thing. Cool. Oh, I'm happy with that. That's nice. So we can do 9 by 9. Hit play. But we could technically do 10 by 10, and then we could do some trickery to actually offset this and do that. That would be fine. But I feel if we limit it to 9 by 9, like that, then that's going to break things. We can't get down the back of this here, so realistically we want this to be 9 by 8 to be our maximum numbers, don't we? Let's go 9 by 8, because you want the ball to be able to get around the back. And we'll do stuff later on where we won't just be building a grid of them, we'll be building like different designs of them and things, so... Do 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 do. Yeah, there we go. So now the ball could get up and around the back there. But awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. Right. So that works there. But what I need to do is I don't want to do this in a system. This just seems wrong. Can I make a system base? Let me... Has system base been depreciated? Wired matching queries for update. System base has an on start running. Does iSystem have an on start running? Nah. iSystem has an on start running. Aha. Could we put that in there? And then let's just comment out that line for the moment. So that would only run once, right? So I'm not updating it every time on update, because I don't want to do that. I don't want to run it up. Because what I'm worried about is that I'm going to destroy one of these blocks, and then the on update is going to fire again. It's going to respawn it. We don't want that. We don't want that. So if I hit play now. No, you didn't fire at all. There is a way to... Adam, hello, good evening. Yes, we're making breakout. We're making breakout, but I'm making it complicated because I'm using the entity component system. We don't need it, not for a game like Breakout. You can make it with game objects and it would run just perfectly well. But I want to learn the entity component system, so there's no better way than to take a basic game and use a complicated system to make it. There's a, way to only fire an eye system if data exists. I'm going to have to delve into my random belt game that I gave up because I stopped making it for a couple of months, and then when I came back I don't remember how to do it. Oh, you've got destroy input system. Let's go to not buildables, let's go to the placement system. That's what I want. That's what I want. So there is a thing here, state.required for update. Okay, required for update, which means something must exist before this eye system runs. Okay, and what I should be able to do is just literally do that. So block data must exist. And we want to also have block spawner data. So the block spawner data and the block data must exist before. Excuse me. Well, the block data and the block spawner data must exist before this runs, which means this will fire because the data must exist. In theory, right? Right? Yep. Maybe, perhaps. No. So I guess the on start running doesn't. Let me Unity ECS spawn. What would I need it to only fire once. I need to ask Google. Right, so yeah, I don't want to do it with a for each. Because that, I think, is... No, hang on. Have I got this right? Hold on. Fire system on start running. Is that actually a thing? And I'm not just messing up what I'm doing. Hold on, yeah. Don't ask Google how to make a game, but Google can help me make a game. Google knows what it's doing, doesn't it? Also, Amri Dev, hello, good evening. No, Google's not going to tell me how to make a game. Google is going to assist me to make a game, though. Not Google. The search engine is going to point me to the correct places to try and make a game. Hopefully. However, because I don't have enough knowledge about how the eye system works, it's not doing what I want it to do because I don't know the firing order. That's the problem. So I need to run it in the on update, but I need to. Oh yeah, yes, yeah. That's not. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not. I'm not. Don't worry about that. I am asking it very specific questions because the more specific you can be, the better it can do the thing. Oh dear. The better it can answer you. So on start running is interesting, but doesn't seem to work. So yeah, it works, but it's the same as on create. It's not doing. The system API is not firing beforehand. So if I go back to here and actually get rid of that. If I never update that, it updates once. There you go. So it updates once and we've got our blocks spawned. Okay. Cool. Now, if I change one of these settings, does it spawn more blocks? It does. Why does it spawn more blocks? I don't want it to spawn more blocks. I don't it's finished. It's finished. Maybe I need to change another script. State that why no, I want to do require for update, but I want to do not require update, so don't. No, that's a job. I'm thinking of an entity's job where you can tell it run on things yeah, hold on, brain. So you can, when you're creating a job, which we're not doing yet at all, you can tell it to run like you can tell it to look like this. You can tell it to look for block spawn data and block data, but you can tell it to ignore tags. So you could say only run on stuff that has a spawn data but doesn't have block data. So if it's got both of them, it won't run, and if it's got one, it will, or the other it will, but not. So yeah. So maybe I just need to create a new tag here. No, because the baker runs all the time. If I add a new tag to this and then remove the tag, unfortunately, you can't do that in the on-create because of the firing orders. So because that's what I was thinking here, because there's two functions. There's the on-create and the on-start running, and then the on-update, and then there's the on-stop running and the on-destroy. So the order of operations is create, start running, update, repeats, stop running, and then destroy. Start running and stop running, you can call whilst the application's still running, but like a system stops. However, we need block spawn data and block data to be available to us to read the information from them. We need those 2 bits of data available to read it. The data isn't added to the entity until after this runs. It happens in here, in this segment right here is where that happens. So the on create fires, the on stop running fires, then the data gets assigned and then it goes. So if we fire this up here, the data's not ready and it doesn't work. It simply doesn't fire. Which is very annoying. I could try putting that there with these states in front of it. Maybe that would work. I don't think it will though. I don't think. If I hit play now. Let's see, nothing gets created because the data wasn't ready. So then the query was empty. And because the query is not constantly running to find out whether it is ready or not, it just doesn't do it. So I need to find a way I remember getting stumped on this before. Don't worry about the start running. That's nothing. I need to find a way. So this works. If the value is valid, then it works. It's fine. But the problem is that if the data updates, the run once value becomes 0. It becomes false again. So the data runs a second time, and I don't want it running a second time. I only ever want it running the once and then stopping. I don't think I want an I system for this. I think I want something else. There is a system base, which is another version of it. Oh God, go back. Yeah, system based overview here. Oh, go to 1.3. Boom. But I don't know what the difference between a system base and an I system is. They both seem to run at the same time. So I don't know how to do this. Battery Smooth, hello, good evening. Yes. Well. I don't know if you could call this game dev. This is banging my head against the wall. Because I don't know what I'm doing. But that's okay because that's how you learn. I'm hoping to learn things. I'm hitting a thing that I don't know. What I think I need to do is I need to call maybe another piece of data. Maybe put it on the block data instead. Let's try that. Public bool. Whoa. Bool. God, this keyboard is not all that great. Let's put it there. The block authoring. We don't care about block authoring. We don't need to worry about it. Okay, let's not do that. Let's do block data dot run once, and then come down here and do block data dot run once. Okay. Oh, we need to change the block data to be RW. It's that whole I've written the code should work, the code does work, but not the way I expected it to work. And it's not because it is incorrect, it's because I don't understand how I don't know enough about the I system to understand the order of operations in it yet. So yeah. So hopefully there. Basically, I'm trying to recreate the game Breakout, or Arkanoid. Some people know it as Arkanoid Breakout. I'm just trying to recreate that using the entities component system in Unity, because the game's simple. The entities component system, I think, is fantastic, but I don't know enough about it. So I'm going to take a simple game, write it in that, and learn all the stuff, and then make something a bit more complicated, and then something a bit more complicated, and hopefully take over the world. But one step at a time. Right, so if we did this now. Oop. Okay, so that's spawned all our blocks. So that's worked. Okay. Doop. Aha, now if I check, that's the trick. That's the trick, if there is such a thing. So what it is if this block spawn authoring, which changes the block spawning data, gets updated, the run once ball gets reset. So if I change any of these numbers, then it will get reset, because now the run once is on this script instead. So what I need to do is have the run once script be its own thing, basically. It just needs to be its own thing, and just, yeah. So, you know what? I'm going to make it its own thing. Its own data, its own bits and pieces, its own stuff, which might seem a little weird because it's going to be an empty piece of data, but make a script. I don't know whether the naming conventions matter. I suppose they do for your brain later. One runs authoring. Doop, 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 doop. Recompile. Entities, and then we want a component data, and this is run once data. And the beauty is that we could put this on multiple things, and the data is individual per thing. So if I go to game manager, boom, I don't know why I call it game manager, just here, put the run once authoring here, boom, there we go. So I need to look at this, and copy that. Whoa, undo. Whoa. Okay. So this keyboard has some buttons on the side that's got G1 to G5, and apparently if you push them, it does random stuff. Run once data. So just add a blank run once data, which will, the ball will be false, because no, for the first half an hour Twitch did think I was playing Icaria Wanderer. It did think, so yeah. Sorry, Batch, we've missed it. Assume the choice for iSystem is a learning exercise. The iSystem and the system base are the entity component system mono behaviors. So I want to learn the way ECS works. So yeah, I could make Breakout, I feel, using mono behaviors and game objects very easily. But I want to do it with the ECS. I know it's not needed. ECS is designed for 1 million objects, not just a ball bouncing hitting blocks. I know it's overkill for it, but I want to learn it, because if I learn it at the lowest point, like just you know, how to spawn things, how to make a ball move, you can then take that information and make something more complicated from it, and more complicated from it, and then, you know, we could make Breakout where a giant ball runs through a 10,000 objects. Yeah, it is complete overkill, but I don't know enough about the ECS system, so that's why I'm picking a very easy game that we all know how it works and how it's supposed to work, and writing it in ECS, because yeah, my issue is that in mono behavior, there's a start function, and I can run something in start and it only runs once. in the I system, there's an onCreate function, but the onCreate function fires before the data is ready. So the onCreate in an I system fires before Unity has converted this to an entity. So the onCreate functions fail because the data isn't available. And I was trying to figure out how to get it to do the thing, and hence why I'm making this now, because that's here. Also, once again, about the 5th time today, it looks like you have disconnected from Unity, or have you? Are you back? Oh, you are back. Awesome. My Visual Studio keeps forgetting what Unity is, so I have to close it and reload it. So it gives me the auto fill. It's not called auto fill. What's it called? IntelliSense. Yeah, it keeps yeah. So we get rid of the 1 sense from the block data. Block data is now done. We're happy with that. The block spawner data, we can also get rid of that. That is done. Get rid of that. Okay. Yeah. I'm a Rider. I never given Rider a go. Visual Studio. What am I using? Visual. Is it Visual Studio Code, or is it, what is it? What is? It's Visual Studio Community Edition. It's the one that comes with Unity, and it works. And the only thing I ever do is I installed a thing called CodeMade, which is a beautiful, automatically formats your scripts. So yeah. Public ball. Run once. But how are you today, Battery Smooth? And Wanderer, how are you today? How goes the Timberborn modding? I need to get back into Timberborn. I need to play some more Timberborn. It's really weird. I used the so you've completely disconnected. You don't know what these are, and you're not telling me this is invalid when it is invalid. So close it. Load it. Modding has been as such. We're busy trying to fix and update mods. Do they keep breaking? Do the new version of Timberborn keep breaking things? Right. Okay, there we go. So block data can now be a read only once again, because we don't need to worry about writing any data to that. Do we write anything to the spawn data? We don't, do we? No, so that can be a read only as well. Let's change that to read only. Okay, and we also want to do run data, I suppose is a good way to do that. Let's come here and let's do ref rw run once data. If run data dot run once is we want to do a ref rw. Each Timberborn update generally always breaks mods. This one adds official mod support. So the entire modding process changed. Oh yes, yeah, the latest, yeah, it did add official modding support. Because just before that, they changed the way buildings work internally, was it? And that just broke every mod that added a building to the game. And that was pretty much every single mod was just completely broken, because they changed the way was it a rendering thing? They changed the way buildings render because they added that that function that lets you see the height and the area, the X, Y, and Z position of where you're building. Wasn't that a thing to do with it? Data. Run data. If run data object references to specification. Oh, okay. Right. Oh, you need the run data. So now we're looking for the spawner, the block data, and the run data. wasn't hard to fix it. It broke each time. Yeah, because they released a script that allowed you to just run it to update everything. But a lot of people were saying that it worked, but it didn't work well enough. That should be fine. Okay, that should work. Do we have any other errors? We have no errors. Didn't work for you. Had yeah. I saw a lot of people on the community thing saying, look, it's that it worked, but it didn't work well enough. Yeah, so it's like, okay, but from what they showed you, you could figure out how to do stuff. So right, okay, right, and we cannot edit this run once data. It is completely, it has no, so there's no way I can edit that. Bless me for trying. Yeah. It's nice when they acknowledge the mods. The mod thing. Right. So if I change any of this data, it doesn't do things. The X is still snaps to only odd numbers, so that works. Brilliant, fantastic. If I change any of the block size numbers, nope, they're fine. Okay. This is completely redundant. This is not what I wanted to do originally, but that's fine. I should have looked into the prefab and then pulled out, but you can't reference data. Can you reference data? Can I get the data from it? I don't know. Anyway, it's working now. Boom, and it's only running once and it's stopping. Brilliant, fantastic. Yeah. Because the way I originally had it was that we'd have a block, which is our prefab down here. We have a block. The panel looks exactly the same as our block, but ignore that. We have a block, and the block could be a different size. It could be a random size, so it had a size on it, and we would spawn the blocks depending on the block size. But then I couldn't do that because I couldn't get a reference to the block data here. Because this system API has to be true for all three counts, so it must find an entity that has block spawner data and block data and run once data all on it for this to be true. If one of these is missing, it's false. So that's why I had to move the block data onto that. But I'm just wondering if I can do this, and then down here go into the spawner data and then read. But I don't think you can store data within data. I don't think it lets you do that. I mean, I can get an entity. I can do state dot entity manager dot is it world get. No, I don't know how to, I know there's a way to do it in jobs. I know in a job you can reference data from another entity if you know the entity exists. So, but I can't fire a system API in here unless the system API can run. Oh, that's not how you spell system. System API dot query. Component. I can get a component directly off an entity. So spawner dot value ro dot entity. Yeah, block data data equals get component I need to put in block data there. Okay, that can get data from an entity reference inside another one. Yeah, get component. Yeah. This. See, I know get component from model behaviors and game objects and stuff like that, and get component and get that. For so long, I was like, how do I get an entity component? And it's you have to fire system API, which is great, but you can't run a system API in a job. You have to run the system API outside of a job. However, the state system has a funky function, state.entitymanager.get all entities. It has a get all entities that contains a thing. So if I did that, it would get all the entities that contain block data, and I can store that in an array, and then I can send that array into a job. And then in the job, you can check the array, you can do a for each loop against the array to get the entity you want out, because it gets all the entities with that data, and then you have your entity that you know of, and you go, so I need the block data from this entity, so check every entity against it, and it's just, yeah, and it was it was a convoluted way of doing it, but then as soon as I discovered this is how you can do it, it was actually, oh hang on, if I just send all the entities in, I can get any data from them that I want. Just send the lot in and don't worry about it. And because it's a native array, it's quick, it's very fast. So yeah, okay, right. So let's get rid of the block data up here. We don't want that anymore. Chew, be gone. Chew, be gone. Why are you? Oh, intelligence. Should be gone. Block data equals system API dot value RO is not accessible. Is this because? Yeah, so we're not referencing it as a. Can I do that? Ref RO. Can I reference it as a? Can it be assigned as a parameter or method get entity node boxing conversion to ref RO? Not that I need to worry about it, because that's purely just a fail-safe, so I don't write data to it by mistake. So I don't have to worry about that. Well, can I do this dot? Oh wow, I can literally. No, that block size belongs to. No, that does. That block size. No, that's not. No. Hang on, that's not right. No, do that. Okay, do that. Boom. Right. Now go back here. Wow. My brain. So now I want to add the block authoring script here, and I want to make this 3x1 with 1 hit point. Okay. Go to the game manager, and I want to remove the block authoring from here. So you have access to the blocks, and now I can have multiple blocks of different shapes and sizes and things, and I just change the prefab and it will spawn different things. That's hopefully gonna work. You're gonna work? You're not gonna work. No, why are you not gonna work? Why are you not gonna work? Why? Did I mess something up here? For each block spawner data, run once data. Block spawn data, run once data. That should be fine. Okay. You should still spawn the block, regardless, even if this is wrong. You're not spawning any of the blocks now. Oh, is that because this run once data? Yeah, hold on. I think I know what that is. Run once data. Run once equals false. I think I need to set this every time because otherwise the data will always be true because it's never being reset back to false. I think. No, that's not it. That's weird. That's weird. You should spawn, even if you're wrong, you should spawn some blocks. Even if they're in the wrong place, because you're missing the data from them. State spawner and run data. You get the block data there. So even before you use the block data, you should create a new entity. Why are you not creating any entities now? What's happened here? Oh, there is no block data. The block data is not present in the world yet. Yeah, the block data is not present in the world yet because it hasn't been spawned. Sent from console. Hey, there we go. Awesome. Right, cool. Now if I change these, let me test this again. Change these here. One thing you will discover I never do is actual proper testing. As in, you can set up test environments and you can send data in and get responses to see if data is correct. I never do that. I am very old school. If I hit run and if an error occurs or something doesn't work, I go back to the code to see where I'm wrong, which is not the way you should be doing it, but it's okay. It's okay. There we go. But, right. So now let's test. Let us duplicate our block. We'll name this block 0. Block 0. And we work to this block and we shall make this 0.9, no, not 0.9 QQ, 0.9, and then we will make this 2.9, and then we will say it is 1 by 3. Okay. Now this won't work. Or it will work, but it will look. Let's actually change the block to a different block, shall we? Hey, it kind of works, but also doesn't work because we're not actually reading the z-axis. However, something I haven't done is we're always assuming that the z-axis is always going to be 1. So I need to change that code, but that's going to fortunately, it's exactly the same code as that base, and we just need to change this to be Z. Do Z, Z, and then Z. Well, there you go. Okay. and something else as well, if anyone's interested. If you're ever spawning entities and you edit the local transform, you must set the scale. If you don't set the scale, they scale to 0 and don't appear. They become invisible. It took me ages to figure out. Well, there we go. So that works. However, it doesn't work because, yeah, I think, yeah, if you don't set the scale. So if I comment that out, it's only seems to be a thing with the local transform. If you create a local transform, the default value to the local transform is 0 across the board, including the scale. So you do that, they've all spawned. You see they're all spawned here, but if I click on one of these and go to local scale, it's 0. So they're all there, you just can't see them. Which is such a bizarre thing. I don't know why it defaults to 0. It's weird. It took me ages to figure that out. I was looking at things here going, no, their position's all right, and this is all right, and everything's fine. What? And it took me so long to figure out the scale. I googled it, and someone on the Unity forums was like, oh yeah, you need to set the scale. Yeah, it is stupid. It is stupid. It very much should default to 1. The scale should default to 1. And it tries something. Yeah. So yeah, and also the scale is based off the entity's game. The game objects. What am I trying to say here? Hold on. The scale is based off what you've already set the scale in Unity. So our blocks are they're 2.9 by 0.9 by 0.9. Yeah. So that is scale 1 in ECS, and if you make it scale 2, it will double all of these numbers. It doesn't reset an object back to 1 by 1 by 1. It's weird. It's weird when the game object becomes a entity. All of these figures, all of these transform numbers are considered base, which makes sense, but it is something to get used to, because if you're trying to stretch an entity on one axis, you can't just use scale, because scale doesn't have an X, Y, and Z. It's just a single number that's a uniform scale. You have to use a what's the other one called? You can't do it in the local transform. You have to do, is it a transform matrix you have to do, and then you can do an ununiform scale, which is it was something that I looked at and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to set the game objects to the size I want and then just use the scale thing to scale it how it goes. So yeah, yeah, 4x4 matrix. Yeah, that you need the 4x4 matrix, and you need to go into what the archetypes. They call it the archetypes, which lets you have all sorts of things that do things like rotation. In the local transform, just has position, scale, and rotation, and rotation is a quaternion, which is fine. But if you want to use Euler angles, I think you need to use a matrix, or you need to create the Euler outside of the local transform, and then you can add it there as a quaternion, and that works. Quaternions were something I spent weeks trying to get my head around, trying to figure out, why does rotation have an X, Y, Z, and W? Why do you need a fourth number for rotation? I don't. I don't. Why do you need what's? And it's all to do with, because you don't just want to have the rotation X, Y, and Z. You also need the X, Y, Z, and the facing. I don't know. Quaternions confused the life out of me. I think you might be able to do it in here. Equals turn into Euler. You can do Euler angles in here, Yeah, so you can do it in there. Before you had to do it outside of it and then add it in later, so you can do that now. So that does work. So you can still use XYZ, and that does work in here, so that's fine. But if you then want to modify the rotation on its own, you have to do other complicated stuff. The best way I found to ever modify the position, rotation, and scale is to just copy the local transform, copy the local transform, so you're making a copy of what you've got, edit one of the settings, and then set the component again, which is probably not the most efficient way of doing it, but God. I can't use dots without Twitch thinking it's a URL. .a? Yeah, oh yes, I do there is no Euler angles. There's Euler XYZ, XZC. I don't know why you need all of these different. Why do you need so many of them? Why not just that one that just is XYZ? And we know that it's a float. It's a float 3 XYZ. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, whenever I've set the rotation, because I don't know if rotation. Different systems use different assets. That is true, actually. Yeah, because doesn't Unity is Unity's X, Y, and Z. Sorry, no, X, Y, and Z. But isn't Blender X, Y, and Z is up and down? Is that right? Blender's got the Z axis is up and down, whereas Unity's got the Y axis is up and down. Timberborn uses Z up, does it? Really? Timberborn uses Z up? That surprises me. Does that mean Timberborn is actually two-dimensional? Are you looking at it this way? not looking at it down like I thought. That's... I suppose if they're importing models from Blender, then yeah. Yep, it is that way. So they built... So I wonder if Timberborn started life off as a two-dimensional game. A top-down game like Factoria or something. I wonder if that's how it started life off. And yeah, that's just weird. That's just weird. But yeah, but anyway, I'm gonna follow the X, Y, and then Z is up and down. So yeah. So if I'm ever doing X and Y on a camera, I'm looking straight down. So yeah. Okay, this is working now. Right. Symbol uses Z up but doesn't reconfigure Unity for Z up. That's in block occupations, you have to translate it in your head. So 0 by 0 on a map in Timberborn is X and Y 0 by 0, and then the other corner of the map is the X and Y like 128 by 128 rather than X and Z. I mean, I can see why that's actually easier to work with, because having your monitor and having X be along and Y be up and down makes sense, and then Z is depth. I can see that's easier to work with. In my brain, that would be easy to work with. Blender's very easy to work with. But I think in Unity, I just got used to Y being up. So, yeah, I don't know. The only annoying thing is when you do a vector 2, it's flat. It's not. It's X and Y. It's not. Yeah. Iteration is done YZX. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, because when you make something 2D Unity, you're not looking down on it. So the camera's not here looking down. The camera's actually looking forward, and it does X and Y. That way. That's how the 2D in Unity works, which confused the life out of me early on, but then later I was like, well, you don't need the skybox when you're doing two-dimensional, because that's not how it works. So I get it. I understand why they went that way with it. And then Z is depth, and that makes sense. Because that's... Is Maya that way? It was 3D Studio Max. 3D Studio Max was... I loved Max. Max was brilliant. So simple to use. Max was so simple to use. And then Maya came along and wrecked it. And decided to add, like... You want to do this simple thing? We're going to add 4 key bindings for you to get extrude. So I like Pro Builder. I like Pro Builder in Unity because it reminds me of 3D Studio Max. Yeah. Yeah, Braz and HTML uses Z depth to determine layers. All right, so really for Unity you should configure. It should be X and Y. Can you configure Unity to do that? I don't think I would because I'd confuse myself. But can you configure Unity to have the x-axis differently? Is that a thing you can do? You can. Because then I could use... Because that's the reason I don't use... like when I'm doing this here, I say X and Z amount. And like we have X and Z. I don't use vector 2s for it. Because vector 2s, you have to then convert the Y to a Z. And it just... yeah. Careful with using the example code. That's okay. I mean, I can copy paste the example code and still not get it to work anyway, so that don't matter to me. That's not. Because then I could use a vector 2 here instead of 2 ints. I don't know why I'm using 2 ints for X and Y anyway when there should be floats. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. No, if I use ints, it's just simpler. But I could use a vector 2 and then just go X and Y. Boom, there you go. Not that I'd have this I'd want to leave because we have sliders. We have sliders. I am very, very happy that I managed to do this as well. We've got a slider here, which works there, but this slider only goes in odd numbers, which is beautiful. I love that. And that was purely by mistake that I did that. So, yeah. Yeah. Also write oh yes, of course you can write extensions. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'll leave it as is for now. I'll just use the Z-axis, and I know what's here. Here, right here, that line of code does it. So the slider, obviously, when you know about these, you can put the range header in, and it makes a slider instead of a number you just type in. And then because I'm using the authoring system. The bake runs every time any of these numbers update. And then basically it just goes, is it an even number? If it's an even number, make it 1 less than the even number. And then you cannot actually, you can see the slider looks like it wants to go to that number, but it flips down. It always flips down. So yeah, it won't actually let you go to 8. So yeah. And that was a complete fluke. I didn't know you could actually force that in there. And if you're using mono behaviors, you could just do this in the on validate. You could have that bit of code run the on validate. So every time the int updates, the on validate would fire, and it would make it an odd number only. So yeah. And I literally discovered that today, about 2 hours ago, by mistake. So very happy with that little line of code. It works very well. Okay, so what's the next thing we want to do? We want to spawn our paddle, don't we? We want to spawn our paddle, right? So this should not be the block spawner. This should be called the level spawner. I also want to change you back to being block 0 because yeah, I don't know. I need to set up some limits as to, so if it's outside of the ring, it just doesn't spawn the blocks. But I also need to set a limit here so it only comes down a certain amount, so you've got space to bounce the ball, because otherwise it could spawn inside you and you'd be like, I can't do anything. Yeah. So we have our paddle. I want to spawn the paddle, and I want to move the paddle with the mouse. So as I move the mouse left and right, the paddle wants to move. I'm going to use the mouse to do it. We could use the gamepad as well, or keyboard. I could use the input system for it. I think I'm going to hard code it to the mouse to start with. We can play with the input system later. So in the game manager, I want to rename this. I don't want this to be block spawner. I want this to be level spawner. The level spawn system. Okay. Level spawn. Well, don't do that. Level spawn system. Okay. If I close that, this is where I think Unity gets confused. F2 to the rescue. Yeah. I mean, I'm only renaming the file. So, can you rename files? I've never done. You will also possibly get annoyed where if I start moving things, I will be clicking all these buttons and not using the shortcuts to switch between things, because I do that a lot. Where is it? Here. Block spawning system. Level spawn span spawn system. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's only one reference to it anyway, so that's not a problem there. But I remember there used to be a way to. Oh, if I renamed the class, does it rename the file as well? I've never tried that. Let me close that. That wasn't connecting. Create a new entity. There. My system. Test system. Boop. Compiling scripts. Seriously, get on with it. Oh. So if I did that and I pushed F2, no, go away. To my system, it does rename the file. Awesome. You can't see that because chat's in the way. I should move. No, I was going to move chat to that side, but then it would be in the way of Unity. I don't know where to put chat. I should put chat down in the bottom corner. I always forget about. Oh God. Put it there. Is that not in the way of the stuff here? I can shrink this down. Yeah. That's chat solutions to the explorer. Come on. Let's shrink that down to be that big. There we go. There we go. Now chat's not in the way necessarily of the inspector stuff. So you can still see all the inspector stuff and chat's up there out of the way. So cool. Okay. I always forget about the chat window and I'm moving my mouse going, you can see this here. It's like, no, you can't see it because chat's in the way. It's like, no. Okay. Okay, so that does level, so we don't care about that, so that's fine. That's good. That's good. We can rename files that way. So level spawn system, we have to wait for the block spawn data to be available. That's fine. I probably want a separate system that yeah, I want a separate system that controls the paddle. I don't want to put it all in the one system. So yeah, however, I do want this to spawn the paddle. So I need to go to the block data. No, not block data. I need to go to the yes, no, I do that. I need to rename this from just being called entity, because that's not going to work, to you're not connected again. You're not connected again, are you? because that's not green. I want to rename this entity to block. Is that going to work? No, it didn't, because it's not connected to the damn. Should have known better, shouldn't I? It wasn't the right color, therefore it wasn't working properly. Come on. Right, go back here, rename this to entity. Oop, oop. That should fix all of this, right? Yep. Now if I rename it, there we go, that fixes that. Public entity paddle entity. Oop. Okay, and then back in Unity, I want to go to the block spawner auditing, and this is the block prefab. Prefab, and down here we want to go, we want to just basically copy this line, and this wants to be paddle entity is the paddle entity prefab. Okay, doop doop, the devil spawn system, doop 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 doop. Once you finish building all the blocks, we want you to build the paddle. Well, actually, I want to build the paddle first, because I might want to add some animation to building the blocks at some point. So yeah, build the paddle first. So paddle entity. Can I rename this to block entity to be a bit more making sense? Paddle entity, and this is paddle entity. Create paddle entity. Copy this, paste this. We do want to do this, but not do flight 3, and we want to spawn it at 0, 0, prefab. Throw the paddle in the game. Wants to be, so -9 is the edge of the map. So if we're at -8, there shouldn't be an actual wall down the bottom there. I've realised that. -8? Yeah, let's put it on -8. Yep, let's put it -8. I should not be doing this with the magical numbers. It should all be done with G5 is, I don't know what that even is. It's like some programmed macro that's built into the keyboard, and I don't know what PSFDL 0 bracket, I don't even know what that is. It's some macro thing that the game knows about. Set component to paddle entity. Call this paddle transform, and yeah, I don't, the side of this keyboard has got G1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's got G buttons on the side of it, and I'm only using it because I spilled something on my keyboard, I guess, when I was moving things, and if I push F, it also pushes 4 at the same time, which makes typing very difficult. So yeah, so if I go, so G1, types that and presses start. G2, you must rename an identifier, so G2 addresses F2. Got a theme park advert. Oh. Yeah. Drink more coffee. Excuse me. Oh. Something's wrong. Ah, yes. You did not assign the paddle game object or the blocks game object. Okay. Assign those objects. Go, 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 go. Ah, of course, you've all moved down now, haven't you? Yeah. I don't want that. I want you starting there and going up. I don't want that. So I don't want this. I want this to just start at Z and not move anywhere else. Then that breaks if we change the size of the blocks. Or we could just do that. Oh, undo, undo. There we go. There we go. That's back up there now. Cool. So starting at 0 and working our way back, but it is spreading out. Okay. Can I set the names of entities as well? That purely would be for me, wouldn't it? Set name, block entity, oh, dollar sign, dollar sign, dollar sign. Block. X, comma, Z. Never. Do 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 do. Hey, there we go. Block 00 isn't actually located at 00. It is this block here. This is the first block that spawns. The spawn column goes up, so that's not the location. That is the block spawn number, which is absolutely fine. I still have a block 0 that spawned, however. Why did you not get a name? Interesting. Interesting. One of the blocks did not get a name. Why would that have happened? Why did you miss a block? Did the entity manager not be able, was the entity manager not able to keep up? I can't put a yield statement in here, so I can't say wait 1 frame to build each block. I think this all spawns at the same time, which is the point of entity components. The ECS system, it's supposed to all run at the same time. It's fine. It's fine. That doesn't matter. Right. Okay. So now the paddle. The paddle needs some form of data. I need to put these all in their own places at some point, but I will copy. Create a new entity component, Baker script. I call this the paddle authoring. I wish it wouldn't do that. Open data and data. Right. Paddle authoring and paddle data. So right now the paddle data is purely just a tag, because the paddle authoring doesn't. Paddle beneath the ball. No, the ball would be a separate script on its own. This is purely to control the paddle, left and right. Okay. Let's just open another Baker. That one. Copy. No, not cut. Not cut. Copy. Paste. Get entity. Add component. Paddle data. Just literally add later. That's all we need to do. It's just a tag. Just tell you the paddle is awake and ready to go. Okay, paddle data is empty. You don't need to know anything. I don't think you need to know anything. Nope. I don't feel like you need to know anything. Okay, and then we're going to create a new system. I'm going to create some folders here, so authoring stuff, and let's put the authoring folders in there, which is kind of awkward because I'm now going to split everything up. We'll just set a folder for each thing instead of doing it this way. But so get rid of that guy, and then oh, not spawn authoring. That's an authoring script. Oop. Come on. Right. One, two, three, four, five. There's 4 bits of data. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh. Ah, right. Kaboom. Ball data, block data, paddle data, and run once data. Ball, block, paddle, run once. So why is there no spawner data? Add component, block spawner data. Ah. Put it in the wrong place. That'd be why. Okay, there we go. That tidied things up for us. Okay. All right. Create a new iSystem script and call this the paddle movement assist. There is a way using assembly definitions to stop Unity rereading all your scripts every time, isn't there? But I don't know how that works. Playables, a new behavior script. That's new. I don't know what that is. But yeah, I'm sure there's a way you can drop the definitions in there, and then you can have it so it only updates that definition. It doesn't reread the definitions every time. So, but all the scripts are yeah. I think that's what it does. I think the definitions makes all your scripts into a DLL, and then it only updates if you modify the scripts in that DLL, not the references to them, which can speed up things if you've got a million different things. I can see with ECS having so many different scripts that might become useful. Okay. So I want to load up the other system. And we want to copy this and paste it in there. Except we want paddle data. So don't do anything unless there is a paddle on the screen. Okay, if the paddle doesn't exist, then don't do anything. Okay, we need to get the reference to the paddle. So I need to get the entity that has the paddle data. Now we can do that in a system API, can't we? Because we know how to do that. So yeah, because I need to modify the transform. Input dot there's a way to hard code whether the mouse moves left and right, doesn't it? Mouse position delta. What does that one do? Current mouse position delta in pixels. Can I? Can I just debug that out? This is how I do my testing. Debug.log. Nope, I'm getting nothing. Okay, so it's not that. Yeah, there's many people that go, oh, you should do actual proper testing and have it output things and have it go to and have more scripts that I'm like, just put a debug.log. My way of testing, like if I've got a large particularly large if statements or something, which I've done nested if statements many times and they are terrible, I know, but it's debug.log 1, debug.log 2, 3, 4, so on and so forth. And it's like, okay, so let's have a look at it and go blah, 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 blah. Right, so it goes 1, 2, it doesn't go 3. Okay, so it stopped before 3. So where's that? Where's the error? It's in between these lines here. Blah, 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 unit testing. Yeah. Current mouse position in pixels. Hang on. I should just use the input system for this. I should just use the input system. It would make life so much easier. It probably would, but yeah. Symbol is made up of 150 DLLs. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not getting any actual feedback in the console about the mouse position. So does mouse position delta not be a thing? Is it just mouse position? I feel like I should just use the trying to hard code it and then knowing I got to change the input system layer anyway. I should just go to the input system now. Play monkey, play. Interesting. So either right, okay, so first and foremost, I said a couple of hours ago, when you make changes you should always make one change at a time, because if you make multiple changes you don't know which one of them broke the thing you're doing. And it's just dawned on me that I know what one broke the thing I'm doing. Is that in my prefabs under my paddle I haven't added the actual data to the paddle, so of course the script isn't running because it doesn't have a paddle. The system cannot run because it doesn't have a paddle. So this is never true. So this never runs because I didn't do that, because I added multiple things at once and didn't test things. Yep. There we go. Unity engine.vector3. That's a great. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. I mean, it's kind of what I asked for. But let's just use the input system. How do we use the input system? Assets. Yeah, .to string. Yeah. I honestly thought the information could be simplified. It does. Using the dollar symbol in a debug.log already does that. I thought it did. That's why I got into the habit of using this. Yeah. Let's just try mouse position, not mouse position delta. Maybe I need to pull out the X, Y, and Z of it. It's interesting that the mouse position is a vector 3 and not a vector 2. Nope, let's get a vector 3. Yeah, why is it a vector 3 and not a vector 2? Okay, we should use the input system, because then I can have it keyboard, mouse, joypad, whatever. We can do the lot. Okay, so yeah, we can do it all. I don't remember how to use the input system. Oh, there's an input accuracy system here already. What's this? Oh, hey, look at that. Oh, one come built in. Here's one I made earlier. Nice. It's got UI as well. Oh, nice. Track to device condition. Move. joystick, there was a left stick gamepad. Oh, nice. Delta point. Ah, okay. Cool, cool, cool. Right, so we can use these. How do I use that in a system? How do I use the new input action system in an eye system? I've never even attempted that. What's attack? Attack is a left mouse button. Click. So we want attack to move to launch the ball to start with. Oh, that's not what I want. That. Rebinding system activate. Okay. So player input system is a mono behavior. Oh god. Oh, I'm reading stuff from 3 years ago. Hold on. How do I... there. How do I reference an input system? I mean, I assume it's the same... I'll throw everything on the game manager, which is probably not ideal, but that's what we're going to do. So if I go to scripts and I... do I... Hold on. Google needs more, yeah. Yeah. Wonder, I found new walls the further away from your main crane. Oh, nice. Ah. So there's... Is that... Hang on, what version of Akara is that? Is that the demo version or the playtest one? Thinking both versions. Ah, because I thought Arkan said that there wasn't any other ores in... There's only copper and iron in the demo version that I know of. Use a new input system. It works. Use a system base for the callback. What? Right. Let's just see if I can create a component data. I call this the input data. Bum 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 bum. And in here we'd have a public input action. you do that? What now? Input data can field the unit inputs in an action which is neither primitive nor bittable. So no, we can't store it as a data. Tomatoes cannot be trusted. I mean, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes taught me that a long time ago. But hello, good evening. Thank you very much for following. I hope you're having a good day. Right, so that isn't going to work. So we can't make the data for it. So thank you very much. I love this little hedgehog. Little hedgehog is me, although I can't move my face very quickly because the camera gets very confused very quickly. So yeah. Yeah. Let's just go to the input system. Google, help me. Help me, Google. Help me, Google. You're my only hope. Not helpful. Yeah. So the only thing I found is that you can I am playing the experimental demo. 0.2.27 I think it is. Excuse me. I don't see much information on Google about how to input.get key down. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I don't know how to input this. So this isn't going to work. So we can't use data. Okay, so we can't store it as data. So I need to use a system base because iSystem can't run unmanaged components, and the input actions is an unmanaged component. I do not want to click this generate C# class because that's not what I'm after. So I need to make a system base. Okay. Spread rental has been updated 0.29. When was that? I was on point. What I mean, I don't know if you can see it on the stream stream that I did yesterday, but oh, Acaria was updated at the Icaria updated the moment I quit playing last night at 2:45. So no, it's scheduled for hold on. No, right, ignore me. No, ignore me. It updated today. Sorry, I'm misreading that. No, it was scheduled to be updated next Friday. I don't know why it did that. But I do remember towards the end of the stream, we found a weird thing with the actually towards the start of the stream, we found a weird thing with the way beacons do their thing. So right, create a new. I don't want any of those. Empty C# script. Call this the input system. I don't know if system base is. Yeah. Experimental and playtest, and they all update. Oh, okay, because the playtest version, Arkham said that it wasn't ready to be streamed, so that's why I went back to the demo version. But he did also say there isn't a great difference between them yet. So let me go to the latest version. Oh, sorry, hold on. I should create this as an I system because it's the same thing. Is the special version that came on stream? Is that's I got so I've got the demo which has an experimental version which says playtest on it, and then I have another version of Icaria which is the one that Arkan said wasn't ready to be streamed. Wow, I've just managed to scratch myself and I'm bleeding because my nail is really sharp and I hadn't noticed. Ow. That was unexpected. Right, so I want to create entities I system and call this the input system. And then I just want to change this to be system base. And then I want to close all this because this is not. Mono. No, it's not connected to the Unity anymore. Don't save. Go away. Try again. Is there a way to get it to reload the solution? Is there a close solution? Project. Nope. Oh, it's kind of. Ah, okay. System basis capital B. Okay. Boom. Right. So what's wrong with this? It's not. Not an interface. What? What? Oh, it's not a struct, is it? System basis of class. Public protected override on update. My system overview. public partial class, please. I don't want it to be an internal one. Thank you very much. Okay, so get rid of those. And then up here, input action, not input system. I don't honestly know what the difference between internal, private, public. I know the difference between private and public. I know that because that's accessible from different scripts. But I don't know what internal means. I don't know. So this is a mono behavior. Internal means it can be accessed from within the DLL only. Ah. So to stop Unity constantly recompiling stuff, I should just make everything internal. Was it abstract and virtual? Abstract I dealt with a long time ago. Or is it? Because some of them you override things, don't you? And other ones you can have multiple of the same voids. Or is that? No, you override it and then you do on update.base? No. When you override something, you have to call like the base version of it so it does what the other scripts do first and then does your bit afterwards. Is that virtual? One you can override, one you have to, yeah. System dot. No, I can't what it is. It's I'm sure it's on update dot base or something, or it's not even on. You create a multiple partial class thing, and you can have it. You can have multiple different voids with the same name, and this script does one part of it, and this script does another part, and this script does another part. So you can have. It's one script, but it's split up into 3 files to make reading easier. I think that's how it works. And you can override some things, or you can choose to add some things. So, like for instance, you might want your movement system. You can call base. There it is, base.onUpdate. Yeah, so you do that. Although that doesn't work because it's called abstract base method because we're not abstract. Yeah, so that's what it is. Yeah, so it's the abstract one. And the reason I came across it was because somebody had a movement system which worked for NPCs and the player. And obviously, when it was the player, you wanted to use the base movement system, but add in that it was the player controlling it. And when it was the AI, you didn't want to have that player system. So you overrode it, you called the base to move, and then you told it, instead of using the AI, use the player. And it was like, that's a genius way of doing it. Rather than writing the same code twice, you write the code once, and then just call it from different locations. But then there were much better ways of doing things. So yeah. Workflow. Hold on. iSystem workflow. Where's the workflow? System based. Public partial class. Protected override void. So it says protected override. Yep. And it is a public partial class. Yes, so that is all correct. Okay, so this on update will file type, but the difference between this and iSystems is that we can have public not identifiers. What are these called? You can't put them in iSystems. I can't do a... Oh, I can do a public one. Huh? I didn't think I could do that in iSystems. I don't think you could have public variables in the... Okay, so why do I have to do it in a system base then? Why can't I do it in an iSystem? Why does it have to be? Oh, because managed. It's managed and non-managed types. System base can do both. iSystem can only do managed types. Is that right? No? Hold on. I'm going to try it in the iSystem. Public input action move. They can be private. I don't know why they're public. Because they're being controlled internally. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. The problem is that I'm googling it, and the information that I'm finding from people saying things is over a year old, and Entities 1.0 only came out this year, so I don't know. I'm going to try it in the iSystem and see if it works. So we're going to get a move action, and then on create we are going to go our move action. Let's make that a small m because it's private. Move action, case is something I always get wrong, is input system dot, thank you, dot action. There is no action. There is no input system dot action. So what about here? Move action. Does this have a start function? Does the system base have a start function? It has an on create. So protected, override, void, I assume on create. Yes. And I can call base on create. Interesting, but I can't call base update. Input system dot no, sorry, move action equals input system dot action. There is no action. Got a control click. Oh yes, oh yes. Hey, look, people that actually write comments in their code, something that I never do. It's got a protected job handle, system state. It's got, I don't even know. Public unsafe abstract partial class. I'm gonna leave that for a minute. Move action does not exist in the current context. Ah, because we're overriding, we can't read the move action. This move action from in here. Okay. Can I just go on create? Hides internal member on create. Does not exist in the current action. Hold on, that's because I spelled it wrong. Idiot. Protected over, not material override. No, protected override void. Input system dot action. Apparently, I should be able to call input system dot action. That's literally what it says here. Move action equals input system dot actions dot find action. But there is no. So the actual code copying from Unity doesn't actually work itself, although that is in a mono behavior. Maybe I have to do it in a mono behavior. Wait a minute. Let me go back to my thing. The camera system, camera controller. Let me go to my old camera controller and let's see here. Yes. Yep, I used a mono behavior to move the camera on my one. And and you create an entity query. So from the mono behavior, I created an entity query using the default game object injection world.entity manager. And I can set data that way. That seems wrong. However, I must admit, I didn't do this. Oh, input control scheme. Input control scheme. Okay. And then input control scheme. Equals new input control scheme. Okay. This is all still working in system base at the moment. I might try this. I don't know. And then we go input control scheme, because that's what this is called. Yes? No? Input system underscore actions. No, it's called an input system underscore actions. So maybe that's not what I'm thinking it is. Input system dot player. Nope. System. Nope, this doesn't feel right. I think this should be whatever this is named. Input system underscore actions. So input system underscore actions. I think I know what it is. I think that's when I tick this here to generate a C# class from these. But if you do that, you then can't have these be edited by the user. They're like hard-coded values. And I don't want that. I want to be able to do that. So I need to be able to read this in a system base, but I don't know. That's where everything's falling apart. Can I? Let me input control. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Shoot. Whoa, what is that? Lambda for each description construct method. What a behavior. Input action. Start. Action. Use input action dot. So. Oh, input system. Sorry, input system dot action. Right, I bet again this. I'm going to tick that box for a minute. Apply. Okay. Oh, you're not auto completing anything anymore. Oh, why do you do that? Why do you do that? Is there any way to get this to reconnect, like rebuild solution? I wanted to rebuild the solution. How do I do that? Refresh. Nope. No, there's no way to get it to rebuild the solution so it reconnects. I can see. Project. Unload project. Set default startup. Nope. Build. Don't want that. Debug. We don't need that. Tools, extensions, window, help. No. Okay. Close. There's no action. So the actual built-in Unity workflow for the input action system, if I copy the code, it doesn't work. That's fantastic. Yeah. To default actions, move, jump, XLR, blah, blah, blah. So that's all we've got there. Yep. Use find action. I can't use find action. Input system doesn't have a dot action thing. That is so weird. The input system doesn't actually physically have the data. Yeah, because I'll copy the code from the website and paste it there. Okay, and then copy that bit, paste it there. Yeah, actions does not exist in the input system. And I should be able to call them without generating. Yeah, okay. You've broken again because I deleted the script in Unity. Yeah. That sucks. I don't know how to do this now then. Because I can't even get help from the actual Unity thing. Although, not yet added a. Oh, do I have to add a project-wide thing? Hold on. Project settings, input manager, input. No, we do have a system-wide one. We have one. Do you have to get that? Was that the problem? No, you get broken every single time I do something in Unity. Panel movement system is failing because I've left some dodgy script in there. Okay. What's wrong with this? No, go away. So input system dot. There's nothing. Actions. Input system does not contain a definition for actions. Input system doesn't contain anything. Literally, the input system is blank. input dot, there's no action in input. Input action asset. Let's ask Google if the input is to access doesn't trigger anything anymore. Wow, that was many years ago. Game input to read vectors, so you can read vectors. Okay, I am amazed that the actual workflow for the input system itself doesn't work. Actions. Is this is not called actions. I seem to remember something called actions in here, so input system underscore actions. It's not what I'm thinking. I don't know. Right, so I can't actually access the input systems at all. I can't access the new input system full stop here. Input system has got like a definition for actions. I know, but you tell me it should do, so I'm very confused. Even says there is a property called input system.actions. The input system, there's an update. Let's update the input system. Find out whether that's bugged on it. This is confusing me and it's stopping me in my tracks because I don't want to raw input the mouse thing because that's hard coding keys. I could hard code it and actually have custom stuff, but don't use JetRider. Go away. We don't use. An update visual scripting. Not that I use visual scripting either, but give it a go. Let Unity recompile everything it's doing. I'm going to have to close this again because manage type is not supported. So yeah, so has fields but implements iSystem, which is not allowed. Okay, right. That's not the app I wanted. It's not what I wanted at all. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So this one is an iSystem, but can I have these? So the paddle movement system needs to be a system base. Okay, so let's go here and delete that. I don't know if I can do a state. I can't do a state in a input system. I don't know how I'm gonna. I don't know how to move an entity. Right, now if I delete that, you don't have a damn clue. Is that right? Hold on. You're not. You deleted a script from Unity. I'm no longer connected to it because I don't reload the print. Stupid damn thing. Ah. No, you still don't have an action system. So the Unity documentation, clearly this has been updated and the documentation hasn't been updated with it. Which is beautiful. Let's try the input system for Unity 6 documentation. Takes me back to the exact same page that I was on. Concepts, quick start guide, blah 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 blah. The quick start guide literally has this line in the quick start guide, and it doesn't work. Fantastic. Right, so okay, package manager, go back to package manager. Please reach the input system is definitely on the latest version. Hello. We are stuck. We are stuck. Well, I'm stuck. There is no visual code. Visual Studio Editor is already told. Yeah. I am confused. I am confused. So the only thing that I can find that tells me this error is saying that you need to be on version 1.8 or above. We're on version 1.11.2, which was updated less than a month ago, and it doesn't work. It's trying to wibbly in Unity, not in anywhere else. So I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand this. I honestly, genuinely don't know how to move forward with this. So, input. No. This is the old way of doing it. So, mouse position. I don't know. Maybe if I create a new input system, I don't know. Input manager. So this is the standard input manager, the Unity input API, which is the old one. Because you didn't use input package manager as well. I would do, but it doesn't bloody work. This point in the developer's process, usually 5 held eyes of SnowRunner. I honestly can't say I've ever come across something where the error is just in the solid documentation. Like, they must have updated the input system to no longer use input system.action. No. I'll tell you exactly what's happened there. And I am an idiot. I am an absolute idiot. I am an absolute idiot. I named my class input system. So guess what it can't find? Of course it doesn't have an action thing. Because the input system the input system doesn't exist. Because I'm overriding the class. And it's only because I glanced down there, I was like, the input system.cs doesn't have input system. Oh no, of course it doesn't. Oh my god. What was that? 45 minutes? Was that 45 minutes of me staring at something because I named something wrong? So now, if I go input action move action, and then we come down here and we go on create move action, no, not material, move action equals input system, no, not settings, system dot actions. Look, they exist now. Oh my god, I've done that before. I've named the classes internal stuff that Unity uses without even realizing it, without knowing it was a thing. Okay, there you go. Lesson learned. Actions dot find action move which will now, of course, find, so I can get rid of that because we don't need that anymore. I can get rid of the stored info and the readme, get rid of those as well. We don't need those. Yeah. Did more satisfaction the other day, but did need to do more Sonic Generations. I mean, Sonic Generations, I enjoyed it a lot. I just played through it quickly for the story and enjoyed it a lot. If I was going to go back, see, why can't this pop up all the time? Why can't the reload pop up all the time? Because that fixes this connection thing. So why does that not pop up all the damn time? I know. So we come in here and we have a move action. However, I don't want the move action. I want the look action because I want to use the mouse, the delta. So I actually want the look action and the move action because I need the move action for the stick and the look. So we'll do both. We'll do both. So boom, 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 boom. And then in update, I can go back to the actual manual. I was like, I can't believe the manual's wrong. I just can't believe the manual's wrong. No, the manual's not wrong. The manual's fine. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. In update, we go vector 2 move value equals move action dot read value vector 2. Boop. Debug.dog. I should make an extension called debug.dog and it goes woof woof and says the error and then woof woof at the end. Okay. And now that will work in system based because system based can have managed stuff, whereas an iSystem cannot have managed stuff. But a system base is not burst compile, but that's fine. I probably don't want to burst compile the input anyway because stuff will go bananas if it do. Console play. I feel like such an idiot. I can't believe that. So if I don't move anything, it's all 0, 0, 0, 0. Whereas if I do start moving it, well, it won't work because I'm using the wrong one. So I need to do up action, no, look action. Look. And then I'm going to change this to no, we're gonna look value, and look value. Looky. It's got move and jump in the things here. I don't believe that. Oh well, it's fine. So now we're going to get load reach to 0, which is fine. Boop. And if I move the mouse, hey, can you see those numbers moving down there? Yay. And up and down. We'll just ignore the up and down. We don't need that. We just literally want the one. So this is working. Hurrah! And it's working in a system base. Hurrah! I have no idea how to make an entity move from this, but I'm sure we could do it. I'm sure we could write to an entity in the system. I'm sure we can do everything we can do with an iSystem for it. So get rid of the debugs there. The only problem is that the move value and the look value are different things. So I want to get rid of this and just go with the move value. That's all we need. We only need the one action for the whole game. We need left, right. Oh no, we need fire. Private input action. Fire action. I think it was called fire. Was it called fire? I want you to burn. No, it was called attack. Okay, so we'll change it to attack. Do you know what? I'm still going to call it the fire action. And it's not going to be a vector 2 because this is a button. So what do I have to call here? Read value. What's the jump one? Oh no, it's you do an if statement instead. So you go if fire action dot is pressed yeah, I should go in and clear out all the other actions, so we don't need any of them, not for this game. But I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it as called attack in here and just call it fire in the script, which is probably going to confuse the life out of me later. Although, to be honest with you, jump might make more sense. I mean, it's click the left mouse button, trigger on the joypad, enter on the keyboard. So enter on the keyboard to fire, so you're going to move with WSD and press enter to launch the ball rather than space to launch the ball. I mean, are you really going to play with the keyboard and mouse? I should clear these. Right, let's delete. Interact, delete. Rename jump to fire. Okay, button south on the drop pad, and then we want to add a new button to this. So add binding. Can I just yoink that out of there? I can. Okay. West primary touch. So touch in case you want to use touchscreen. Maybe trigger on the joystick. Don't want trigger on the joystick. Enter the keyboard. Don't need that. So on a joystick, it's button south. So that's A on the Xbox joypad, X on the PlayStation joypad. So that's fine. Okay, so that's fine. So crouch can go away. Attack can go away. Previous, next, and sprint can go away. So we have move and we have fire. Okay. Move and fire. So I need to, damn it, can I undo this? Yes, I can. Undo all of it. Undo all of it. Cancel. I want to put that up there. Move is WSD. That's fine. We're only ever going to read the first. Left stick on the gamepad. Stick on the joystick. Look doesn't exist anymore. We don't need that. Left button on the mouse is going to jump. We don't need attack. We don't need correct. We don't need crouch. Jump is going to be called fire. And the UI I'm going to leave alone for the minute because I don't know what we need in the UI. So we have move. We have fire. Okay. So fire. Oop. And move will read the mouse now. Fine. So if fire action dot is pressed, okay. Oh. So read value vector 2. I only want to read the X, so I don't really want this to be a vector 2. I want this to be a float. So what just happened? Everything went black and came back in. I know what happened. You disconnected from Unity, so you no longer know what I'm doing here. I'm going to assume this is a .x thing. And then I'm going to close you. I'm going to reload you. The namespace fee could not be found. Did I write fee instead of if? Input actions. Get rid of that. That should not be in there. I undid back one too many things. Okay, we're 4.5 hours in. I still haven't actually made the ball do anything yet. Unscript that. Save. Scripts. Systems. Paddle input system. This should be called paddle input system base. I'm not going to rename it now. I've had enough of Visual Code deconnecting. Bacon, eggs and chips with toast on the side. Ooh, nice. Very, very nice. I have cheese and biscuits in the fridge. Well, the biscuits aren't in the fridge, but the cheese is. I should really grab some of that and eat some of that because I've eaten a box of chicken nuggets today. That was it. It's amazing how when I'm not at work, I just don't eat. So we want to read the X value of the move action. Okay, and we're going to go, if fire is pressed, then launch ball. Oop. Launch ball. Okay. All right. Float move value. Okay, and then I want to have a move paddle, which is going to have a float, which is going to have a move value in it. Yeah. Oop. And then you are going to do a move paddle. Move paddle, thank you. Move paddle input system. Oh, excuse me. Why would you recommend a move paddle input system? That's not even a thing. Okay, right. So we move the paddle. We do the thing there. Move that there. Okay. Now, I somehow need to send information to the paddle. Generally, I have 1 bit a day, so it's usually some substantial. Makes sense. I think because I'm not at work, obviously, I'm not getting as hungry because I'm not using as much energy. So, yeah. Oh, actually, no, I tell a lie. I had chicken nuggets, so I've had 20 chicken nuggets, which is a fair amount of chicken nuggets, but chicken nuggets are good, really good, in the air fryer, so done very healthily. And I had 4 jammy Dodgers for breakfast because they were on my desk because my housemate obviously brought them. Just oh, come downstairs, there are biscuits, yay. Right. So how do we move the paddle? Or how do we launch the ball? I need to healthy balanced diet. Yes, jammy Dodgers and chicken nuggets. Yeah. Of course, the problem is that now we start talking about food, I am hungry. And not because I'm actually hungry, but because we're talking about food. And I know I have food over there, so yeah, but I will... No, resist. How do I edit the... How do I send that data to somewhere so I can use it? Because the system base can't directly interact with entities, or shouldn't directly interact with entities. You should do it via data. So I should be writing data. I know what I should do. I should do what's it called? Hold on. I'm looking at an old project because there was a thing I remember. You can. That's a mono behavior. That's not what I want. I want to create a buffer. I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. So I want to create a copy the word authoring because I can never spell that one. Create entities, a Baker script, and this wants to be the IO buffer authoring. Okay. Come on. Come on. And then here I want to create an IO buffer data. This is going to be pretty much ripped directly from this other project, and I'm going to see if I remember it as I'm doing it. But I remember it was the only way to get the mouse position to move an entity, because you can't read the mouse position in an eye system. You have disconnected. Of course you have. It's just why? Why? Okay, and you want to load up the IO buffer authoring. This needs to go into a buffer thing somewhere, so we'll create a buffer thing. Yeah. Is this the one I wanted? No, this is not the one I wanted. This is not the one I wanted. Was it the placement system? Nope, nope, nope. Yes, 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 yes. Hold on. Movement buffer, and it's not an eye component data. It's going to be an eye buffer. It's been 2 seconds. Come on, it's been 2 seconds. I renamed 2 files, and now you're going no, no, no. No, I can't, and I'm not going to offer you to rebuild the solution. And there's no button I can see here to rebuild the solution. Yes, there is. There's a button there. Rebuild solution. Ooh, will that work? No. Okie dokie, have a good one. The name Unity cannot be found. I swear. Oh, hang on, you didn't actually rename. What is going on? Fix, hello. Yes, yes, we are coding. Well, I was coding, but everything's not working. So We're gonna try again now. Hold on. Ignore, it's fine. It's fine. We know there are problems. There are problems because visual code is dumb. It keeps breaking. Why are you? Board drivers invalid materials will not render correctly at runtime. None of you have any materials. Oh, that's because I deleted them. That's because I deleted them. Acting like a dev. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. Great, a new material. White. Duplicate said material. Black. Duplicate said material. Red. Green. Blue. Oop. 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 Primary colors. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Awesome. Right. Center needs to be wet. All the borders. I can't say. Oh, I'm in the entities hierarchy. Black. Black as night. Yeah. I realise YouTube crashed on the stream, or it's super laggy. No, it's not. It doesn't seem laggy. It seems fine to me. You might want to make sure you're up to live, because YouTube has a wonderful habit of doing that. Okay, save, clear. iBuff could not be found. You are correct. There is a bigger delay on YouTube now because because I'm streaming a newer resolution, but I'm not streaming a newer resolution. iBuff element here. That showed up in the chat overlay on the stream. It's coming in the moment I see it appear on YouTube. I pretty much see it appear on the stream. So I don't know. Yeah, for me, it looks like it's working out full time. I don't know whether it's just because YouTube chat's coming into me slower. It might be that way. But somebody else could type in chat and see how long it takes to turn up. If there is a problem, it's about normal delay. It should be between 8 and 10 seconds. That's what YouTube said. Yeah, that's what YouTube says. Yeah. So yeah. Right. iBuffer element data. Okay. And in this iBuffer element data, we want to store a public move value. Okay. Put them. Right, and then I need to add another script, which is somewhere hidden away that I can't remember what I'm doing it. Here. Okay, so I don't want this one or this one, which means I now need to close this whole thing because I need to go back into the authoring, and we're not doing the movement buffer authoring because that's a buffer that doesn't have anything yet. Yeah, I'm very wise. Was it not up to date? YouTube has a habit of doing that. Okay, right, so in our systems, in our paddle input system, boop, but yeah, see all the stuff, all the tricks, we know all of them. So blah, 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 blah. In here, in fact, I don't need to do it in here. I can do it in the on update because it's close enough, but we will do it here because we might want to do extra stuff later. So we want to we only want to do this if the move value move value does not equal 0. Okay, then do that. Oh no, put the curly brackets in. Put the curly brackets in. I don't like when you don't use the curly brackets. So we get the move value, and if the move value is not 0, so that means the mouse moved or a keyboard was pressed or a joypad was moved or something happened, then we move the paddle because we don't want this firing all the time. We want to create a new thing. We want to create a movement buffer entity. We want to get a movement buffer entity. This is where stuff gets very weird. World entity manager get buffer. What do we call the thing? Movement buffer or something, wasn't it? Movement buffer data. Entity doesn't exist. Right, where's my entity being stored? My entity is being stored up here. Where am I getting the entity from? Can we do that on here? Create. No, we do it in the update. Right, I am copying code from somewhere else, so I need to remember how it works as I'm doing it. If world dot is created and world hold on, I need to do world dot default game injection world. Yep. Entity manager dot exists. Buffer entity. Okay, so if we have a world, So that makes sure our entity world is created, and we don't have an entity, so this is null. We want to create an entity. So buffer entity equals world.default game injection world entity manager.create entity. Boop. And then world.default entity manager dot add buffer movement buffer data buffer entity. Okay, so and then return, because that frame we don't want to continue on. Okay, boom, boom. So if our world exists, which means the game is running and everything is broken up, and we don't have an entity, we need to create one, and then we need to add the buffer element to it so that we can add to the buffer. Okay, then down here, if our move value, so if the mouse has moved, or A and D on the keyboard has been pressed, or the joypad has been moved or something, if any of that's been pressed, we want to create a buffer entity. We want to get the buffer entity, sorry, and then we want to add to it dot entity manager. That's really long-winded. There's probably a better way to do this. I could probably shorten this all to the default wall injection. I want to add a buffer to it, so we add an empty buffer so it creates it. Yes, so we have to create it and add an empty buffer to it to make sure it's got one, and then down here we add no, we don't add, sorry, sorry, we get the input buffer, what am I doing? Movement buffer entity dot add, because it already has an add. Where are we making the? Oh, hold on. There's something to do with the buffer. Where are we making the buffer? Dot add buffer true. Where are we making the buffer? Placement buffer bool option. Add a new buffer data, move value equals move value. Right, I'm going to put an underscore under that and an underscore under that so I can differentiate between the two should I rename one or the other or both. Okay, I could also go back to the input buffer thing. This is I remember this being really confusing the first time around I did it. Public bool that should have a capital move. Launch. And if we are launchable, we do the same thing, but instead of the move value, we go launch equals true. Boop. So we launch the ball. Awesome. So we're going to Linux. We're going to Linux the ball. Okay, we're going to Linux the ball from the paddle. Doesn't matter if I spell it wrong, so long as it's spelled wrong everywhere. I'll rename it. So we won't launch the ball anymore, we'll launch the ball. Okay. I remember many years ago doing things like instead of naming stuff like this, movement buffer entity, I name it MBE just to make it short. And then you come back to the code later and go, what the hell's MBE? What does that do? I don't. Oh, damn it. Right. So, yeah, okay. So, yep, that does that. That's all working there. That's absolutely fine. Yada, yada, yada. Everything is good. Everything is wonderful. Cool. Okay. So now in our paddle input system, which is a system base, no, I want a paddle movement system. Okay. We can create an eye system. But that is the beauty about coding things, is that even if you spell something wrong, so long as you spell it wrong everywhere and spell it the same way everywhere, it will still work. So, and I wouldn't even notice, because IntelliSense auto complete things, I wouldn't even notice it said nudged until many moons later. I'd be like, hang on a minute, that's not the right word. Okay. Like here, I just named movement system wrong. Boop. And I'm probably going to have to restart am I going to have to restart this, or are you still working? No, you're not green. You're not green. No, you disconnected because I renamed the file. Yes. MacDaddy, hello, good evening. I am indeed coding. Well, I'm trying. Okay, we're going to actually get things moving in a minute. Actually get things moving. Okay. Oh, I need to do one other thing as well. I need to have I need to clear the input system, so I need to create a new iSystem script. And clear movement. Boop. What's good? Everything. Everything is good. Everything is wonderful. Everything is cool. Now we're part of a team. We don't need to destroy in here. We don't need it on create. I really wish you would stop disconnecting from the blasted. The namespace Unity could not be found. Yeah, you lose connection to Unity. You completely use connection to Unity, so you don't know what these things are anymore. Build profiles. Intel 64-bit, AMD 64-bit, thank you very much. Where was the build profiles? Use a shared scene list to change the scene list or other settings. Build profile? There you go. New Windows profile. What? I don't know. Remove, delete, get rid of, be gone. Delete. We don't need that. Where was it? Was it in build profiles? Create Visual Studio solution. That's what I want. Boom. Build. You can't build and run because that's not going to work. Builds. Set folder. Just need to try and fix this visual code disconnect that keeps happening. Yeah. I do remember reading something about the whole you need to tick this box here and then build it once and it might reconnect it. But it only happens if you rename or delete files whilst visual code is running. If you create them, it seems fine. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I might have to just uninstall and reinstall Visual Code. First build always takes forever and ever and ever. Always does. Interested to see how big the thing is though. Let's have a nosy nose. Considering it doesn't do anything, how big do you reckon it will be, the build? Doop. Took 67 seconds to build. Jesus, Unity is bloatware. Whoa. It's just under 600 meg. It's just under 600 meg. Call him Dev Hedgehog now. Only if the game runs successfully. Yeah. 600 meg. Although I think it is actually exporting to. Yeah, it's exporting to ARM 64-bit, 32-bit. I don't want that. I just want the one. I don't know why it's yeah. I'm not a fan of Visual Studio Code because it's stripped down. Although it shouldn't really matter because you just add the Unity thing and that's all you need for it. So yeah. But no, the build, yeah, but that's okay. Okay, so now if I go to this one, double click it, Visual Studio, Let's bring out a new one soon. It's 2 years old. Build and IntelliSense. IntelliSense only. No, that matters. Right, bump it up. So we don't need the on create. You can get stuff for Unity, like you can get tiny whatever it's called, and make builds really, really small depending on what you need. But that's just the default Unity build, which will obviously be massive, yeah. Wind me up if I was coding. I've done like a day between Unity and Visual Studio Code. Yeah, I don't know what other. I mean, I could just, you know, write it all in Notepad. What do you think? Get IntelliSense for Notepad for Unity. I wonder if there's a Unity add-on for Notepad, and I can just use that instead. I'm going to very quickly Google that. Unity Notepad++. You get it to autocomplete, but you can't get it to do IntelliSense, so it can't do. Something is wrong. Okay. Anyway, so pattern movement system. No, I need to clear movement buffer. This one. So I want to do for each. Buffer in system API .query dynamic buffer movement buffer data. Boop, boop, boop. Buffer.clear. So that every time we move the mouse, it creates a buffer which stores the information of whether we've clicked the mouse or whether we moved the mouse, or both. It stores the information whether we moved it left or right or whatever. Then this will run at the end of every frame and will clear clear happens at the end of every frame. So that means that buffers from the previous frame are not stored, so we won't end up, if we move like 10 left and then try and move 2 right, it will move, it won't move 10 left and 2 right. It will move so far the left and then it will move right because that's the next buffer. So that prevents input lag from happening. Hopefully. Okay. So now we have to do the same thing. Why did I close that? I should leave that open. I want to do the same thing. So let me copy this here, but we're not going to clear them because that happens in frame. Instead, here we're going to read them. And reading them should happen before clearing them, I think. Also, we're going to get multiple buffers per frame, and we can only read through so many buffers per frame, so there will be things left over. So, yeah. So, what do we need to do here? I need to get access to the right, this needs an on start function. Paddle input system. This needs, oh no, not paddle input system. Level spawn system, it needs one of these. Copy, paste, but it needs paddle data, so it needs to know a paddle exists before it does anything anyway, because there's no point in trying to move the paddle if it doesn't exist. I need to get the paddle. How do I get the paddle? I can't have a storage that, so I need to get the paddle every frame. Entity paddle equals system API dot query. Ooh. Paddle data dot with entity access. Nope. Right. System API with entity access. I need this. But I need to know how to. I don't want it in a for each loop. I want it just standard. So I need to go var. I got to turn on. Transform. Paddle data. And entity. Paddle entity. Well. And paddle transform, just so I know what I'm doing. So, we should do a query which should have local. So before we do paddle data, the first one is transform. So we go actually no. The first one should be paddle data. Not that we need the paddle data. So we do paddle data, and then we go local to world, I think it is. Paddle data is a type which is not given in this context. So I need to do the ref thing. Yes, I need to do the ref thing. That's what it is. Okay. So that will get us paddle data, the paddle transform, and a paddle entity, which is 3 variables. But that's okay because we need the entity and the transform. I don't need the data, but I only want the entity and transform of the paddle. It's the only one I want. So there's only one of them, so that's fine. Boom. So for each buffer in the dynamic buffer, we want to move the paddle. So we go paddle transform dot value read write dot there move transform dot value dot, oh god, what's this? What's C0123? Why is there four? Oh, because the local to world transform, that's not what I want. I don't want that. I don't want local to world. I want a local transform value rw dot, I'm sure there's a move function, isn't there? No, you have to take the position plus equals buffer dot how do I read the buffer? Hold on. Oh, hold on. I need to do another. For each value no, for each movement buffer data data in buffer, because the buffer is an array, we want to go data dot move value. And because we're writing it directly, we should be able to move left and right. Now the problem to that is we need to lock it in position. So if paddle transform dot value read dot position dot x is greater than a number, so if its x is greater than, let's say it wants to hit the wall, so it hits the wall 14.5. So we're going to say if it hits the wall 14, so it's got a little gap there. The ball's bigger than that. The ball's 1 meter big, so the ball's bigger than that. So if it's greater than 14, hold on, can I do math.clamp here? Math.clamp. Paddle transform dot value rw dot position dot x. The lower bound is going to be -14 and the upper bound is going to be 14. There we go. We'll just clamp it in place so it can't go any further than that. System API query teaser only supported the place in the for each loop. Ah, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. I don't want to iterate over. There's only one of them. Only one exists. However, I realise I don't need the entity access. I just need the transform because I can write to the transform directly. I thought I might need to have the paddle ng, so yeah. The buffer data as well. If the buffer data has got a launch, we need to launch the ball, so we need access to the ball as well. Later in system API for single I do system API.get singleton. No, because I need two X's here. Okay, we're doing it for each loop. For each. Blah, 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 blah. I don't even need the entity access. So we can get rid of that, and we can get rid of the with entity access. We don't need that. In. Bloop, 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 bloop. It's only going to fire once, so we've only got one thing that has paddle data on it. We should only ever have one thing. Unless we ever have multiple paddles, that might be a thing, so I suppose that's going to help do that, I suppose. We could have multiple paddles and have them, like a paddle could spawn next to another paddle and it would move two at the same time. Okay. Save. Play. Sorry, I completely missed that, but I posted down like how big and beefy Visual Studio is. Ah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Right, entity hierarchy. Where's the paddle? The paddle is at -11511. What? 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 Why is that not clamping? Oh, I didn't put the .x in there, so that's moving the whole damn thing. Okay, it's moving a bit much, and it's definitely not sticking to. Why is that not sticking? Why is the clamp not working? Also, I shouldn't be calling the X and Y, I should be calling actually physically where the mouse is. Alright, hello, good evening. In C++ with Java I could help you. I mean, C#, C++ aren't that different, are they? I don't know. Plus they're trying to that's right. Aren't they trying to depreciate C++ because it's non-memory safe code. So you'll all be on C# 2.0 layer. Maha. Right. So I don't know why the clamp isn't clamping value. I suppose I could read the value, check the value, and then apply the value instead. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's create a new float. Value. It should. You are right. That's why it's not working. That's why it's not working. So I need to do. I think I'm gonna float value equals this. Value plus equals data.move value. Actually, we could do no. Yep. And then value equals that. So I'm doubling up that. I know it's probably a better way to do that, but whatever. And equals value. Okay, so I want to actually do our O because we don't want to change the value here. We want to read it. We then set the value, set this. Unnecessary assignment of value to value. What do you mean? What do you mean unnecessary assignment? What? Unnecessary assignment of value to value. You're not assigning value to value. You are adding. Oh, but I need to change that to value. That's why. That's why, because I'm overriding it there. Yep. I see it. Yep. I overwrote the code. Okay. Now if I press play, it's still going to move way too fast, and also it doesn't snap to the mouse position, which I'd like it to do. So it's moving way too fast, but yeah, I want to snap into the mouse position. Right now we're adding the delta to it, and that's not what I should be doing. But I kind of need to add the delta to it because we might use a keyboard or mouse. So like if I push play, I push play, and I use S and W, that moves there. And if I use the joypad stick as well, but that's way too fast. So maybe we'll still leave it on the mouse and just slow it down. Times 0.1f. Slow it down to 10 times that value. That's going to be way too slow, but I should use delta time in here somewhere as well, really. I just realised it's raw input. It's raw input, it's not delta time, so yeah. Nope, that's nope, that's not doing what I thought it to do. Oh no, hang on. Idiot, that's the wrong line. Put it on that line, you numpty. The break it as Apple, yes. Yep, that's why I'm doing it, to learn the entity component system. I could have done this, I reckon, in game objects very easily, but that's still very fast, but better. I think that's I'm sure I can speed up the things individually in the input manager. Can we not? No, there's no way to digital normalized delta pointer. Can I scale vector to? Ah, there might be ways to do that. Like we can change the speed of things, because if I slow it down anymore to make the mouse nice, the joypad's going to be too slow to play with. So I want to slow down the mouse here. If I scale it, can we... Oh, does that... What does this do? What does this do? The Y doesn't matter because we're not using the Y. Save. You go... play. That feels better. I should really use the raw input on the mouse to find out exactly where the mouse is, so it captures your mouse speed. But then that might make the game too easy to play. Like I'd want to have the mouse be roughly the same speed as this, because that feels good. The joypad speed feels like that's a good. Maybe it's a little bit fast, but it feels like you could definitely play with that. In fact, that's probably too easy to play with, but. Depending on how big the so there needs to be some form of challenge to the game. So let's find this by half that again. Then we'll play with the input manager thing again and see. Play. So I want keyboard and mouse to be. Sorry, I want keyboard and joypad. Oh, that's that. Look at that. Look at that. That's left, right, left. Go away. You know. That feels good. That feels nice. Oh, I need to click in the window so I can. Keyboard overwrites joypad. Okay, so that's joypad. That's keyboard. Keyboard seems a little bit faster. Maybe not. Maybe not. And mouse. That's basically lined up with my actual mouse speed on the thing there, but we can normalize the mouse pointer here. So what if we made that 0.1 for instance and save the asset there? Does that change this? Nope. Stop. Replay. It might be have to restart to update those. Oh yeah. No, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. So 0.25. You can still move it quite quickly, but it requires you to actually like move your whole hand across the screen, and it will depend on people's mouse input speed anyway. So, but that seems good. That seems good. You've got to move it a bit further than you'd expect. I'd have to hide the mouse cursor when we click on the window, so you can't see the mouse cursor, so you don't know it's moving slower than you expect. Otherwise, it would be very easy to play the game. So you'd be like, oh, yep. So, you see, hide mouse cursor. How do you hide the mouse cursor? Cursor.visible. Oh, we'll just do it in a start function. I will have to have some start function things anyway. Like we'll have to mono behavior that handles the script. Maybe we could actually do that in our. Can you do that? Cursor.visible equals. Can that work in the level spawn script? And then in the on destroy, we'll make it visible again because we might come out to a menu or something. I don't know. Right. Boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo, boop-a-doo. Right. Get the window. Ah, mouse is gone. Ooh. Okay, that seems good. Now, how do I get the window back? Push escape? Yeah, push escape. Ooh, okay. Cool. Cool. Right, that works. Okay. Now comes the fun bit. 5.5 hours into the stream, finally, I have something that actually works. We need to spawn a ball, and we need to launch a ball. I think the ball was a little bit big. Prefabs ball. Bloop. I think the ball's going to be a little bit big. Plus, the floor needs to go down further than it currently is. I'm in the entities hierarchy again, aren't I? I'm in the wrong place. I can't multi-edit things in there. Set them to 0. Boop. I'm not sure why those walls are that colour. They're supposed to be black, but they're grey for some reason. Must be the colouring thing. Oh, the intensity is quite high. Let's turn the intensity down. .45 by 45, which is over there. Yeah, these are all black. Mind you, we are top down on it as well, so yeah. So I think the ball is a little bit big. Play. Bum, 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 bum. Oh no, the ball's probably the right size. I do want the floor to come up a little bit. I'm going to make the ball a little bit smaller though. So, let's make the floor come up to minus 0.75. So yeah, I'm thinking like make the ball 0.75. Oh, I don't know why I took the ball off the wall. Boom. No, ball, come back. Okay. Obviously, they just colour things. We have no colours on stuff yet, but that's okay. So yeah, so the ball's there. Yeah. Right, let's escape. Got the mouse cursor. Right, materials. Ball. Make the ball Make it gold. Ooh. We've got all these other materials I completely forgot I built into the thing. That's weird though, because it told me I deleted the materials for the other one, so... No, I think we're going to make the ball... right. And we're going to... The blocks need to be... Well, depending on their hit points, depends on what colour they need to be. So, for now, I'm going to make them all red. And we'll make the paddle blue. Actually, we'll make the paddle black. Okay. But we will change the colour of the block depending on how many hits it needs. So if it needs 1 hit, it'll be red. If it needs 2, it'll be green. And if it needs 3, it'll be blue. Simple as that. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely my global volume that's doing weird stuff for that. Oh, well, the volume processing is missing actually. Let's delete the global volume. Be gone. Go away. Maybe the camera. Skybox, render pipelines. Nope, I don't know. It must be based on the light or something, or something. Something blue. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so the level spawner also needs to spawn a ball for us, doesn't it? Yes, it does. So that means that the level spawner run data. So the spawner is the paddle entity, which is on the spawner data. Which is here, right? Yep. So let's do another public game object ball. And can I get block spawning data? No, that. Oh, damn you, silly keys. Whoa, what the? No. Stop. That was entirely the wrong button. That one. The ball. There should be bold entity. Go. Bold entity equals authoring dot ball again. Prefab. Come along. Name them properly, or don't name them at all. Nope. Okay. Now the level spawn system. We'll copy this code because we only need to spawn the one ball. That wants to be spawned 1 meter ahead of the other place. Ball entity. Unnecessary assignment of value ball transfer. Oh, because I haven't actually oh. entity. Paste that there. Paste that there. And set component. Bold entity with bold transform. Oh, I don't remember how to do regions. How to do regions and go. Oh, bum, bum, bum. Right, okay. No, we don't want to go debugging. Go away. A null reference exception was caught if an object is not an instance of an object. Yeah, okay, yep, okay, come. Yep, boop, boop, boop. Ah, that's because I started the debugging thing, didn't I? Close Unity. Reload Unity. Bum, 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 bum. Boop, boop. Play. Entity manager command is operating invalid entity. This means the entity has already been destroyed or was never created. That is because I did not assign the ball to the ball prefab. What silly person would possibly try and run a game without a thing? Oop, there you go. Okay. The ball needs to snap to the paddle whilst it is there. The ball does not have any data on it whatsoever. However, the ball would also like to know where. Okay, ball author. Why is this? Oh, we just haven't put it on the ball yet. Would that be why? Just haven't. Oop, there you go. I just haven't put ball authoring on there yet. There you go. Dum. So the ball speed is going to be 1, and we can edit and change that as we need to. But on, there you go. Okay. Doopy 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 doop doop doop. Oh, do you know what I didn't? Talk about moving things around. Something I didn't do. The paddle movement system. I didn't times the movement speed by delta time, which means if it's on a lower frame rate, it will move at a different speed. That is not what we want. So with that, get rid of that. Times system API dot. How do I get delta time in an I system? State, isn't it? State machine. State dot. Nope, it's system API. I know it's system API. System API dot. System API delta time. Yeah, system API dot time dot delta time. I thought it was. Okay, so maybe we don't need that 0.4 one there. So yeah. Up. Ooh. Ooh, now it's really, really slow. And the keyboard is really, really slow as well. Ooh. Ooh. So I need to times it by like 10 or something. Times 10. F. Always put a float in there. I should probably set a paddle speed time. Oh, that's still pretty slow. Yeah, now I need to change that other asset as well. Doop. Doop. So maybe 0.5. Yeah, you still need to move it. Okay, that's better. That's better. So we're just half in the mouse compared to the other things. However, does paddle data? No, paddle data is empty. So float. Well, it's going to be int actually. We're just going to do it by ints. Int public int. Right, fingers are getting cold. Int speed. Oop. And then the movement system, we can times it by paddle data dot value arrow dot speed, and then we can have maybe power-ups or something that change the speed or even slow down the speed of the paddle just to make life awkward for you. So yeah, it gives us more options, which is awesome. So I need to then go to the paddle authoring. Yeah. Doop. And, public int speed. Default it's 10, not an F. Speed equals authoring.speed. Save. Okay, so we can adjust the speed in there without coming back into the code. Awesome. Doop, doop, doop. So this is the paddle movement system. You're going to also have to read the buffer and then fire the ball if the ball's there, and if the ball is not launched. So the ball needs to have a ball launched. I need the ball authoring. Don't need to set this to here. So launched equals false. So it should always default to false. If the speed ever changes, mind you, the speed will change here, but that's in the editor. That will never change by code. Only this one will change by code, and then yeah. So the ball launched will be launched. Okay. Ball authoring, ball data. Oop. So now I need a ball movement script. Swear mind you, my hands are cold. It is very cold in here. That's my excuse as to why my typing's bad. Okay. Cool. Glad you all agree. So on create, you don't need any more. Doop. We need ball data. So don't do anything unless the ball exists, because it may not exist for whatever reason. On update, we need to get the ball data. Can I do that here? var, oh, for each. Yeah, we need to basically yoink this here. But not. So this is going to be all data and then all transform. All data. Ah, you've broken again. How wonderful. Thank you so much. If all data dot launched, so if you haven't launched, then we want to move you based on the paddle. How? You also need to know where the paddle is at all times, don't you? I don't want to have you reliant on the paddle data because we might have something that could disable the paddle or turn the paddle off or do something or other, and I still want the ball to go bouncing around. So here's where we move the ball with the paddle, and then down here is move ball, move, normally, this is annoying. I don't want to move it with the move thing. I just want to get the paddle transform. So I'm going to do another one of these. Is that this really seems kind of redundant, doing a for each loop for a single item. But is there any way I can think to find multiple things? So we get the paddle, and we then go all transform dot value rw dot position equals paddle transform dot value r dot position plus vector 3 dot forward. We don't need any of that jazz. Did I write that code correctly? No, I did not. Namespace local transform. Could not be found. Are you missing a reference? No, I don't think so. Oh. There you go. Because, again, Visual Studio's just given up. Position accessible. What? That's because it's not. That's because it's potion. Potion. Ball transform dot potion. data does not contain a reference for launched. Doesn't it? It should do. No, because I can't spell launched. That's the second time I've done that. Launched. Launched. It does contain a definition for launch now. What do you want about? It does. Vector 3 does not exist in the current context. Vector 3 does not exist in the current context. Close. Reload it. Do. Why do you say you do not contain a definition for launched? I bet you I didn't make the public pool data launch is public. It's public. Yes, yes you do. Yes, you do. Public pool launched. Oh, because I need to do .value.ro launched. Vector 3 does not exist in this context. Vector 3 .forward? No. I can't access vector 3s. Oh, yes I can. Yeah. What's this? Oh, can't do vector. Oh no, so I need to do vector 3. Oh. New float 3 1,0,0. Okay. Okay, something else is wrong. All data is not considered for launched. I know. I spelled it wrong. I'm very good at spelling things wrong. That happens a lot. Okay. Okay. Play. Go. Where's the ball? Where's the ball? Because I messed up my X and Z. Dan, hello, good evening. Hope you are having a very good day. Commander of the code, Omni Kings with the 1s and 0s and the bad spelling. The extremely bad spelling. That's Hey, there we go. Right, so now the ball is attached to the thing there, and if I click, it should launch the ball. Excellent. Right, I do want to test something though. All the blocks are numbered this time around. Okay, so that is working as well. Excellent. Right, righty dokey. Skip. What's next? Move the ball normally. So if we're not launched, we have to fire the ball off at an angle and then bounce it around. I'd have no idea how to bounce a ball round in there is no ball. There's definitely a ball. There's definitely a ball. However, I keep spelling the word launched. Lunached. Instead of launched, it's lunached or something. So yeah, yeah. That's where I'd be like trying to bounce a hedgehog. That's the thing. We could put hexes in here, and then the ball could become a hedgehog, and we could be hitting the hexes like my intro screen. And my be right back screen and stuff with the hexes bouncing around. So we could it could be hedgehog breakout. Trying to escape. I am going to be honest though. I know I've been streaming for. I'm just about to hit 6 hours. Okay, 6 hours. And I've been coding for pretty much all of those 6 hours with a 45-minute break of me mucking up wording of something and messing things up. But I've got. There is no working game, but I've got a lot further than I expected I would have got. A lot further than I expected I would have got. So. Yeah, especially with the infrastructure in place as well, because we've got ways to change the size of things, ways to change things. It could be an 8-bit bounce ball. You could. I'd have to find somebody who could make a ball out of my character. So yeah, it's like I'm spinballing just like Sonic, but I'm in the suit. So Sonic, brown Sonic in a suit, which would be interesting. And then it breaks hexes, and then as you break the hexes, you escape, and then you go to the next level, which has got more hedgehogs. Yeah. Not a blue hedgehog. No, it wouldn't be a blue hedgehog. It'd be a brown hedgehog with longer hair, and probably be wearing a silver suit. So yeah. So, do any of you know how to do physics in the entity component system? Because I don't have a damn clue. Quick said, yes, Wonder redeemed 8-bit. How dare he? Of course, it doesn't notify you over on Twitch that someone did it. So yeah. Oh, do I have? Do I? I wasn't going to use physics. I was going to do stuff kind of manual. And not again. What? I don't think you can. I don't think you can, actually. However, it should. No, I don't think you can. I think about 1 minute delay on Twitch. Really? There's a 1 minute delay on Twitch? Jesus. Wow. I want to use physics because all the items have got colliders. That would make life a lot easier for us. Do I have the physics package installed? Interesting. Unity physics, I do not. I'm not going to use Havoc physics. That's a bit. Built-in performance out of the box with abundance. So yes, it's yes. Okay, yeah. Just making sure one was that. You can't see me anymore apart from my mouth. Okay, so that test to me turned up at 4 minutes past midnight. So, yeah. And if I go to the Twitch thingamabob, it says 4 minutes past headshot, and then it gets an advert. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can't turn them off. Okay, so we now have physics. We have the power. I'm pretty sure they're both on a both the Pixel and the inivsahog one are on 180-second delay, so I can become one for a minute, and then for 2 minutes you can't trigger them again. But they shouldn't take your points. It should reply to you to tell you that you didn't get the points. So yeah. Test number 2. Tick, 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 tick. Time's up. Boom. Okay, now I've installed physics. Don't break anything, game. Don't cause things to fall down or do anything. Nope, everything's working beautifully well. Okay. Stop. So now what I want to do is I want to fire the ball. It's got a ball. Ball. I want to fire the ball. So I don't want to. No. I do not want you to have a collider. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't actually want you to be a thing. I want to create a plane instead, because for some reason you were a box. I don't know why you was a box. 3D plane. No collider. 30-second delay on Twitch. That's weird. .2 and 1.8, of course. Yeah, because this is 10 times the size, so 32 by 120. There we go. Okay, cool. Now our floor is a plane. We also want to add a material to this, I suppose. What material are we going to add to this? I suppose we just give it white as well. There you go. At least for the moment. Scene template assets, common models, scenes. Right, let's get rid of the temporary assets. We don't need those. Scene dependency cache isn't needed either. We can get rid of the sample scene as well. Clear some stuff out. Most of this stuff might have been rendered out. Settings are settings. That's fine. Yep. To make a coin style instead of a ball, so it was flat on two sides to avoid bouncing out of the game room. I mean, it's going to be a ball, but it's going to be limited to moving in 2 dimensions only. So it's not going to be proper 3D anyway, but yeah. White ball and white background here, red bricks. I know. The ball's not going to be white though. I think the ball is actually. We can do that right now. Actually, let's just change the ball. The ball's going to be gold. Where's the gold? We've lost the gold. Yeah, we've lost the gold. Okay. But the ball will probably be like a brown colour, actually. So let's do that. Okay. Brown. Let's make it me. I can never remember what my hex values are. It was me. Me. Pick brown. Ball be brown. There we go. Ball is brown. Okay. Probably the background won't be white either. The background will be maybe black. Maybe that'd be nicer to make it black. Although it's not black, which is weird. It's like a weird. I don't know what's. The sun is just really like. Get rid of the sun. Be gone, sun. Create a light, directional light. So make it 45 by 45. It doesn't matter the position of it because it's a directional light. However, it doesn't like the game at all. I am so confused as to why this is so dark. Rendering, lighting, generate lights. Lighting. Oop, throw that into the settings folder. Doof. Okay. Yeah, why is it so... I feel like something's project settings. Graphics. PC default volume, sample scene volume. Yes. It just looks foggy. I don't know why. It's so confusing. What I could do is turn up the Oh. Working on your project as well? Awesome. What if I literally shone the sun directly down? I really am confused by like PC render, sample scene profile. Oh, you've got a load of different things. Are any of you actually enabled? Settings. Hold on, you've got tone mapping enabled and bloom and shadows and all sorts of stuff and pieces in here. Quality lighting. No, lighting's fine. Quality's fine. Post processing. Nope. Volumes. They're both the same. Even in the editor, there's like a fog. I don't know what's doing that. I genuinely don't know what's doing that. Post-processing data. Oh, what's the post-processing data? Nothing. Ooh. Yeah, so I don't quite get. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get why it looks washed out. It's very weird. The main camera is... Turn off the post-processing on the camera. No, don't do that. Dithering. And the shadows. I don't know, it's weird. It's very, very strange. Most definitely don't want the sun to be that, so I want the sun to be 90 divided by 4 plus 45. So I'm going to step up and do that there. And we want no shadows. Well, actually, no, we do want shadows. Where did the ball go? The ball went here. So how do I add a rigid body to it? Is that what I do? Rigid body. To constraints. Freeze position in the y-axis. Okay. Play. Do 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 do. Ball is not an entity. Make that ball an entity, please. And then go to our prefabs, go to the ball, and change this to be the brown, which is now a strange yellow color because of the way our lighting is. I need to look at that. We might have to create a new scene that's just blank. I mean, directional light just covers the whole thing. You've got point lights and other bits and pieces, but this is not right. This is not the way rendering should work. So I don't know why it's doing this. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let's create a new scene that doesn't use the standard. It uses basic URP, not the standard fancy one that's got this stuff in here. So let's create a new scene. Boop. And let's go into our scenes and we'll load our entity scene into here. Okay. So now that looks right. So I guess the sample scene with the yeah. This one has got some fancy stuff added to it to make it look fantastic, like proper reflections and all bits and pieces and stuff like that. And obviously it doesn't work when we're not using fancy reflection stuff, so Yeah. So that's okay. That's okay. Wasn't it? Was it 45? No, it was. We actually had the camera straight down, didn't we? At 0. But 0 is bringing up by 10 or 16. I think it was. Was it 16 we're up to? 16. No, it's more than 16. It was 17 to get the edges going on there. Oh, there you go. Black is now black. There is no white. There is no white. We are the floor is black as well. So yeah. What I want to do? No, I don't. No, because the plane is fine. They are, yeah. Yeah, and there's no background as well. We don't have an actual background. I should turn that off. Don't render the skybox. Render a solid color that is just blue for the minute. That'll do. There you go. Blue. Okay. Looks better. Looks better. Boop. Boop. Nothing happening. Why nothing happening? Why would nothing happen now? I dropped the entity scenes in it. Oh, do I need to save the scene? I don't know why I got reflection probe in here as well. No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it for a minute. Why is nothing running? I drop the stuff in here. You should all be doing your thing. Oh, hold on. Drag, drag, drag. Delete. Unload scene. Oh, no. Load scene. Can you drag all of those out of there, please? Then I want to delete this scene. Remove scene. Yes. And then I want to create a new subscene because it may not have rendered that one as that. And we'll call it entity scene. And then we'll put the geometry. Yep, there we go. The entities, the ball and the ball all in there. And then we hit play. Because just dragging and dropping may not have registered it as an actual entity scene. So, hey, there we go. Oh, that's very it's very red. It's very red. Okay. So I don't want you. I don't know why I'm doing that. Prefabs. Let's make our paddle white so we can see. Boop. Now there's something very weird here. That ball is a wiggling. That ball is a wiggling. It might be something to do with the camera. Hold on. The camera. I'll put your render distance down. We don't need you to render at 100. Nearest 1. Ooh. Look. Okay. It would work better with an orthographic camera, but I want to leave the perspective camera in there because I'd like to maybe do something with, like, when you destroy the last block, the camera zooms in and follows the ball or something like that. I don't know. But there we go. That's still moving relatively fast, so that's fine. Okay. Okay, so, right, now, done. Just sorted. Right, boom. So after we've launched, we need to move the ball normally. So the ball needs to, one, have a rigid body added to it, and needs to be locked into there. But I need to have a movement system. Each buffer in the API. The ball movement system also needs to read the buffer. So if we're attached to the paddle, then we do all that sort of stuff down there. And we also want to read the buffer. You do that there. Each blah 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 blah. If data dot launched, then all data dot value rw dot it changes to an RW, don't I? Yeah. Launched equals true. Okay. Okay, so I need to change that in there. So get rid of that. So if we haven't been launched, we want to move the ball with the paddle, and then when the player clicks, it will launch the ball. It will set the ball to be launched, which means this will no longer go. So none of that will fire. And then down here, we move the ball normally. So that's why we move the ball. That's where we do all the random stuff to it. So I'm not really sure what's going to happen. I mean, will it just drop out of the floor because there's no collider on the floor? I don't know. We have no ball. Why do we have no ball? The ball's rotation and local to world does not exist. Right? What changed? What changed? The annoying thing is you can't even double click it to go to it. But it's apparently here. It's just its rotation and its local to world settings are all muffed up. Why is that? be an RO. We don't want to be able to read the paddle data. Yep, so that should be an RO there. So I don't want to change the paddle data in this script. All I did was add this to it, but that doesn't change. That doesn't change anything in the ball movement system. What went wrong? Right, so the ball has data now. It's positioned at 0 by 0 by minus, nothing's showing because, yeah, the ball has data. And then as soon as I unclick it, the ball loses all of its local draw data. So something we're doing here let me comment out that bit of code that we just did. Bum ba bum ba dum, bum ba bum ba dum. Boop. Nope. Again. Okay. What did I do different? What have I done differently? Right, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. So something to do with spawning the ball. Do I have to set a rotation? Equals Quaternion identity. I didn't do that for the paddle, and I'm not doing that for these guys either, but I'm going to do that now. I'm going to force set all of them. This is the wonders of quitting and just reloading. It just stops working. Like it was getting data from somewhere previously that I'm just not aware of. Ah, right, okay. So the ball now exists and has fallen because it has rigid body. That's why, because I didn't set this rotation, the rigid body didn't know what it was doing. Okay, stop. Ball, your position however should be frozen in the Y axis, so why would you fall? Don't use gravity. Okay. That's probably why it fell. Oh, there you go. The ball is there. Woot. Okay. So now if I go back to the ball movement script and do that. Okay, and if I click. Oh no, sorry, if I click, the ball stays. Hey, okay. So I need to bind the mouse cursor to the window as well. Set it to confined. Okay, where's that going to be? Is that in here? Do we do that in here? Yeah, so we locked the visible here. So we're going to go cursor dot lock state equals cursor lock mode dot bind. Okay, and then down in the destroyed, which I should really move to the bottom of the script, we free the mouse. I should really move that right to the bottom of the script because I always go down to the bottom to look for the destroy. So yeah, and the custom code is here, so that makes sense. Okay, so if I hit play now, okay, there we go. So now I'm not confined to the window, so I can't mouse over to my other monitor and click. Good mistake. Okay. Oop. Right, and I can still push escape to bring the mouse back up again. So, was that ball inside the paddle just then? It looked like it was inside the paddle. No, but to me it definitely looks like it's wobbling. So, if I click, it just leaves it there. So, we want to basically grab the rigid body of the ball. How do I grab the rigid body of the ball? Is it the same as just doing it normally? Rigid body data concepts, that's what I want to know. Simulation pipeline, yeah. Oh, so the fastest bounding connection is actually a sphere. The fastest collision system is. I thought it was a box. AABB was a box, but no, that's slower. So, but spheres are actually the fastest. Cool. Physics setup. No, that's fine. Principal data components. Authoring. That's what I want to do. Right, so can I just access rigid body RB equals state dot get component data from entity? That doesn't feel right. We've got the ball data, we've got the ball transform. Can we get the rigid body as well? Oop. Ref. BRO. Rigid body? Non-invalid but ref RO cannot be used like a method. That's okay. Got that. Cool. Rigid body says no. Why does it say no? Must be a non-nullable value and must not be used as a parameter. Okay, so how do we get access to the rigid body? Interacting with bodies. Right, so we don't do it there. We actually create a physics mode? Oh, I forgot there's a whole bodies in the entity. So I component data. So I just need to have a quick var velocity equals authoring.velocity. Yep, that's fine. Okay, right, this is what I want to know. This is what I want to know. How do we interact with rigid bodies and stuffs and things? Target transform moving with velocity. That's not what I want to do. Acting bodies to the entity. That's fine. Yeah, but you're physically doing something now. I wanna bounce things off. Okay. Physics world. Windows. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Nope, I want to have using unity.physics. I bet I haven't restarted the editor since I am. Gonna learn something new here. Unity.physics. Come on. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I need to reload this because we've modified the thing outside of the thing, so the thing doesn't know what the thing is doing anymore. Ball movement system. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. There we go. Now we have a physics world. Right. World dot. So we can do botcast, we can calculate distance, we can calculate array, we can do collision world, motion velocities, so native array, overlap, reset, phase class, okay. I want to get a physics world dot bodies dot is an array. No, it's not what I'm doing. I want to add stuff to it. Unity.physics.extensions.component extensions. Ooh. The impacts. Apply impulse. Aha. I don't know what that does. Int rigid bodies index, float 3 linear impulse, float 3. Okay. Physics world is unassigned. Oh, I need to assign the world. So world equals physics world dot default. Nope. Date dot world dot physics. I don't know. I don't know where the physics world is. Unfortunately, their example doesn't use the physics world. It just moves things by just using the velocity and stuff, which is not. I can do it with all and with none in the system API. I didn't know that. Get component local transform. Direction. Right. Okay. Creating bodies in code. Deep. Doop. Oh God. I don't know. Physics world. Find me the physics world. You don't find me the physics world. That's no good. Multiple world. Assigning different ones to different worlds. Physics world singleton. Is that what we need? State.get singleton. Nope. State. Should we just be get singleton? Oh, was that a system-based thing? Not what we want. Not what we want. Interactive physics. Let's try this one. Physics pipeline. Yada yada yada. Physics data. Physics singletons. System API. World equals system API. The good old get singleton. Physics world singleton. There it is. Boop. Physics world singleton world equals physics. There is no apply impulse. Oh no, there is an apply impulse, but it has no. Okay. Right. World dot. Physics world dot apply impulse, which pushes the thing. Apply rigid body index. So I need to find the index of where I am. How do I find out the index of the item I am? Okay. Apply a linear impulse, right? Calculate A, B, box. Cast array, that's how you do the physics world. I've done the physics world stuff before. I don't know why we're struggling with that so much. Motion data is motion velocity, number of bodies. Set angular velocity, set linear velocity. So I could apply an impulse, which is what I want to do. I want to basically, as soon as we click, we want to apply an impulse to the ball and have it go. And the ball's going to be frictionless, so it's just going to bounce forever. Boing, 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 boing. That's the plan. Okay, so I want to apply an impulse, but I need to apply it to the rigid body index of my ball. Now, I've only got one rigid body index, so it should be 0, but that's a bad thing to assume. Float 3, it's going to be a new float 3, and we're going to go 1, 0, 0, comma I don't know, 3 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay, and we have to get the physical world every frame, is that right? Yeah, you have to get it every on update frame because the physical world updates every time. So yeah. Can I make this one line? We just do that. Thank you. Yeah. So I might as well put that to the top of the list and have it update. Actually, no, it might as well update only if the ball is launched, because otherwise there's no point in using physics, is there? No. So if the ball has launched. So if the ball hasn't launched, don't worry about physics. Just get rid of it. Don't bother with it. Okay. I have no idea where the ball's going to go. Not a clue. Not a Scooby. Nowhere. It's going to go nowhere. Which is interesting because we're applying a force to it every single frame. But it's not moving. However, it may not be rigid body 0. So we might be applying a force to the wrong rigid body. So how do we find out world dot physics world index? No. World dot physics world dot get rigid body index by entity. Nice. Okay, so I need to get the ball entity, which we can do here. And we just go on the end dot with entity access. Boop, boop. Nope. Ball entity. Yay. Int ball RB. Ball RB index is that, and then we apply the ball RB index there. Spread that out a bit more, please. Okay. So we're going to get the ball RB index, which shouldn't change every frame, but we have to get it every frame because there's no other place to do it. Play. Now, I'm pretty sure Unity's smart enough to catch all these things anyway, so click. Nothing happens. Why did nothing happen? Unity physics apply impulse. How does this work? Well, oh no, go back. How to achieve add force at position? I just want to give it motion in a vector. Temporary force at position. Right, hang on. Apply force, linear impulse. may just be that it's just not enough to move it because it's too heavy. No, the ball is not moving at all. Okay, it has been launched, it's just not moving at all. So is this correct? So if the ball is launched, okay, then we do all this, and if it hasn't launched, we do all this. No, if it hasn't launched, we do all that. If it has launched, we do all this. So that should be firing. I don't know what this... I don't know what numbers are required there, also I don't know where it's adding. No. No, still not moving. Okay. Okay. Let me log. What? System diagnostics. No, why is system diagnostics in there? Debug.log. Just make sure we get into this point. Play. Go. Go, 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 go. Okay. Console. Now that's interesting. It's actually firing the impulse, even though we're attached to it. Right. So this 4-inch loop is getting the ball. So anything in this 4-inch loop is getting the ball. So if the ball hasn't launched, then we do all this. And then this needs to be if the ball has launched, doesn't it? This needs to be in else statement, which is usually not so if the ball hasn't launched, we do this, otherwise we do that. Yeah, you're right, it's not an else block. Yes, you are right there. It's a hedgehog color ball. It is a hedgehog color ball. Yes, it is. Right, so now we have no impulse, but if I click, we have the impulse firing. So we're getting the console log here. Bum, 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 bum. The impulse is firing, but it's not doing anything to the ball. If we use gravity, it falls through the floor. Turn the render off. Make it kinematic. It's still falling through the floor. So what if I made it kinematic but not doing that? Okay, so play this one. Bum 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 bum. Boop. Push escape, you idiot. Hit the ball. The ball doesn't have anything here. Physics, mass, inertia. Turn these up, they don't seem to do anything. Physics, velocity. Ah. Right, so maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to set the velocity directly. Because that seems to be working. And I wonder what happens when it hits the physics wall. Would it bounce off of it or would it just travel straight through it? Because, yeah, it's going to travel straight through it because nothing else has a rigid body enabled on it. Do I need to add rigid bodies to everything else in the world? I might do. I might have to add rigid bodies to all the borders. Because rigid bodies can only interact with rigid bodies, they don't just interact with colliders. So don't use gravity, and I think I want to enable kinematic. Controls whether physics affects the rigid body. So I don't want physics to affect that. I also want to make sure it's frozen in place and frozen in rotation, so don't ever move at all. Okay? So let's go to the ball, and I don't want you to be kinematic. So I don't want to apply impulse. I want to set linear velocity. Okay. Yeah, the blocks will need to be as well. Yeah. Yeah, because I need them to be physics ones because I need to detect when they get hit so we can do stuff with them. Right, I don't want to set that to that. I want to set it to 1 and 1. So it should go off at that angle. From here, that way. Yep. At a 45-degree angle. I have no idea how... oh, something else I need to do as well. Our paddle needs to add physics to it, doesn't it? Add rigid body. Don't use gravity. Kinematic, so you are controlled by that. And freeze the rotation. Okay. Because I think kinematics can interact with each other. I'm not sure. So, bloop, bloop, bloop. No. No. Game says no. Right, let's get rid of that debug because now we know this is working anyway. Set linear velocity of the rigid body index, which is our ball entity, because we're getting our ball entity up here. Ball data, local transform. Yep. Boom. Should be set to 1. The thing is, I only want to fire this once. I don't want to keep adding to it. There'll be a way to do that easily, I think. But right now we'll leave it as is. Right, okay. Play. Entities hierarchy. Click. Oh, I didn't save the script. Didn't save it. My hands are really cold. But escape. Ball. Inverse inertia. So linear velocity should have been set to 1 and 1. Okay. So they weren't set for some reason. Oh, that's interesting. I don't remember adding rigid bodies to those. Did I just do that? I thought I added it to the paddle. Dunk. So it's not bouncing, it's just hitting and stopping. Okay. It's a thing though. It's a thing. Right. Angular drag should be 0 as well. Is it kinematic? Hold on. Did I add rigid bodies to these? I did not add rigid bodies to these, but it still hit them. That's interesting. I didn't add rigid bodies to it, but they still hit them. I think because I turned off the kinematic, that's what it was. So maybe these outside borders here, which apparently don't have rigid bodies on them. Oh, only one has a rigid body. Well, I might as well remove that now because we don't need that. We've discovered that's not needed. Let's go and create a physics material. He says, pretending custom fit. No, physics material. Bouncy, and the friction is 0. The friction is 0, and the bounciness is 10. 1. Bounciness is 1. Okay, and then I want to grab all of you guys. I'll give you a physics material. I want to give the ball a physics material. Bouncy, bouncy, bally, and the paddle and the blocks. So everything is bouncy. All right. Now what I need to do is figure out why this is not getting applied, or at least it's not getting applied to the correct rigid body. Maybe. Physics world singleton equals system API to get singleton. Is this just not working? Debug.log error. All RBX. Okay, I want you to stop on the error, please. Oop. Play. Do you do pause an error? So click. There you go. We have an error. So the physics is 1. Okay. For some bizarre reason I can't. Oh, there you go. What? Nope. Right. Entities hierarchy ball. Can I see the rigid body index? Linked entity group. Physics collider. Physics body index is 0. But we're getting 1 back. That can't be right. Make sure we're getting the physics world singleton as well. Oop. Yep, we're getting 1. However, all of these have an index of 0, so that's not reporting correctly. Yeah, physics world index, the value is Okay, so the ball fell out of the sky. Right? Okay, that's the thing. Let's add 10 by 10 to it and pop it around. I don't know why I went down. It should have gone. Okay, so you are going down. Your linear angle is -25 for some bizarre reason. That might be because you're getting gravity added to you because I've changed your... Oh, hang on, that's the gravity. That's the wrong... That's the wrong damn one. Idiot. We can set angular or linear velocity. We can't add. We can only apply an impulse. But none of these appear to be working. Let me have a quick look at what you're doing here. Split 3, 4. No, okay, right. So paste that and then paste that, and this wants to be so we add an impulse at 1 behind it. Well, the issue is I don't know what any of these actual functions do. I don't know what they're doing under the hood, so I don't know whether I'm applying the right thing to the right stuff and things. Is there anything chilly over the week? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Oh god, don't do well in the cold. My only guess is that it's getting the wrong index. But then you're not changing, even though we changed the physics world index. So the apply angular thing just isn't working for us. Yeah. So we get the physics world. Set vanilla. The Unity documentation. There's no examples of it. Oh god, that's 10 years ago. Why would that come up? Do, 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 do. Collision world, data arrangements there. It's a physics world. Nah. Why? Right, so maybe we need to world dot everybody RP equals world dot index no dot bodies RP ball index dot why is scale in there? That's a body, that's a rigid body. Calculate ABs, that's all got box casting and stuff on it. It's not what I want. I want to edit the rigid body. It's physics world. Cast ray. Well. Native array rigid body. So why isn't that valid? Unity physics rigid body to Unity engine rigid body. Okay, so right, so I need to get the bodies, but I can't do anything with them. Now there's a physics velocity class. So PV equals world dot get position. So you can use the physics world to get the position. So that the physics world contains the transforms of stuff. Then physics velocity PV equals get component physics velocity off of the ball entity. Can we do that? Yes, we can apparently. Okay, so I can just get the physics velocity off of that there. PV, well, PV dot linear velocity equals, what is the velocity? Is it no, PT dot linear, no, just linear dot linear equals new float 3 1,0,1. System API dot set component PV, no, just want PV dot, oh god, how do I set? Boom, 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 like that. Okay. So then we just get rid of that. So we are manually setting the physical thing. Okay. So I don't need that in there either. But manually setting the physical velocity of the ball. Okay. Maybe, perhaps. I guess you can't edit it in the physics world. The physics world can't interact with. Hey, there you go, look at that, away it goes, woo! Now, no, it doesn't bounce off them, which is very annoying. Alright, how do I get it to bounce? Default rest mode continuous can help solve fast moving objects problems. Right, so we've got it moving. Okay, now I need to get it to bounce off something. I don't need stuff from 5.5 years ago. Thank you, Google. Right. Nature entities, but how do we get the actual entity to collide with someone? I need to I can increase the movement rate. The problem is that I think the linear movement doesn't. It does it. Oh, hold on. No, stop. I know why it's not bouncing. We're applying this every frame. We're pushing the ball every frame. I need to do this only the once. Yeah, because the way I was originally going to do it was I was going to figure out when we collide with things, and then I wasn't going to actually have the ball use physics at all. It was basically going to go, and as soon as it was going to be kinematic, and as soon as it hit something, I would reverse the angle and just continue to always have that. Like it wouldn't actually be bouncing off things. It would be all coded to bounce off things. However, if we can use the physics world to do it, that would make life a bit easier. But I need to only set this once, excuse me. So can I go to the ball data? Public ball, moving. Oop. If ball data dot moving. So if we're not moving, okay, then we want to move the ball. So we do this, and then we go ball data dot moving equals true. So for one frame, we apply the force to it. 10's probably a bit strong. Boom. And then this will be true, so this won't happen, and this will be true, and this won't happen. Hopefully. And then we'll find out whether the bouncy actually works or not. This ball is going to fly off because we're running at 10 speed. So, point. Of course, it's got no drag, so it won't ever slow down, in theory. Doink. Although it does look like it is kind of slowing down. Okay, so it does kind of look like it's slowing down. So what I want to do can we so you can do things like hit the ball. Do you have such a thing as a, well, you've got a speed here. Do you have a, so your linear angle is working, but it is slowing down, isn't it? The ball is definitely slowing down. Yeah. I just wonder if there's a way to see. So there is an inertia here. Is that lowering? Yeah, the ball's absolutely slowing down, but the inertia's not slowing down, which is interesting. My paddle and my ball just disappeared into oblivion. So, okay. So I don't know if the paddle actually needs a rigid body on it. Because the walls don't need rigid bodies. They work with it. So we can get rid of the rigid body off that. Because that will prevent weird stuff happening, like when I hit things. So yeah. Okay, so play again. I wonder if there is a physics dampening. Linear angular is 0. Inverse mass is, what if I set that to 1? So it does lose a bit of everything every time. Bonk. Donk. Bump. Yeah, it's definitely set. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, my so you can speed it up with the paddle, obviously. That's quite nice. But that hit the side of the paddle and it made the paddle jump round. Oh. Oh, that's quite cool. You could get weird bounces off the blocks. Because of the way the corners work. That's quite cool. Okay, okay. But all I'm wondering is if there was a yeah, there's definitely some energy lost. I just wondered if there's something in here, like the there's a mass and an angular force. I wondered if there's a is the ball rotating as well? We have got rotation. Maybe I want to freeze the rotation of the ball. Maybe that would take away some of the stuff here. Ball might be stuck. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's stuck on the back wall. So we'd have to sort that problem out. Right, okay. But the ball is bouncing. It's doing its thing. What I'm just wondering is if I wondered if there was a velocity value that was just like the speed of the ball. It didn't matter what direction, just the speed. And we could always say, hey, the speed wants to be set to 1. Always stay at 1. So it never slows down. But I don't see anything here. Physics Collider's got some stuff. Geometry, material, mass properties, position, rotation, inertia tensor. That was something I could play with. It was the inertia tensor. What's that? Automatic tensor. Calculate the tensor or set it directly? We'll set it directly. Okay, and I'm going to freeze the rotation of the ball as well. Left, right, center. Okay, so we're going to set the inertia tensor to 1 all the time. Automatic center of mass is fine. Mass is 1. Okay. Try again. Try again. The ball getting stuck, we could also do, because we could every frame add weight to the ball so it comes back down again. So it would always return to the bottom. So if it goes up and gets stuck here, it would dump, and it would dump, 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 and then eventually come down. Just very little. So it's always coming down. Technically, I should have stood this up and made it like a proper 2D game, because then I could have just used gravity for that. I could have set gravity to like 1, and but boop, doop. Interesting, it's still getting a rotation applied to it. And is once again slowing down. I'm not quite sure what it means by angular. See, it didn't bounce off the bottom then, it's just stuck to the bottom now. What does that do? Bop. 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 No, 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 no. Whoa. And it's gone. Right, so how would I... So that tensor didn't do anything, so we'll leave that on normal. Kinematic, interpolate, constraints, layer overrides, that there. So, okay. Okay. Oh. Scroll down the ball. Don't want to render. Not worried about scene. Not worried about tagged. The render bounds, the render settings, or anything like that at all. Don't know why you've got a world render. Oh yeah. So we want physics velocity. The physics world index still says 0, which is just weird. Physics velocity is set to 10, but obviously I haven't clicked in there, so this is both set to 10. So the ball should shoot off into, you know, oblivion. So, boop. What about if I yeah, gravity's not a thing. I'm just because our ball gets stuck at the back like that. See, the ball's now stuck at the back. So with gravity, you could put it down just very gently, just a little tiny bit. Then it would never get, the ball would never get stuck. Wondering whether I could always grab those physical velocities and say they should always be multiples of 10. So if they're minus, they should be minus 10. If they're plus, they should be plus 10. I don't know what that would do. So So I'm going to do the same Right, let's cut you out. So we're going to move the ball normally every frame. So all I'm going to do is basically we can get the stuff blah 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 blah. We will, if the ball is moving, because then it's launched, we want to if the ball's not moving, we want to fire it. If it is moving, we want to go pv.linear. We can get the X, Y, and Z. Equals round it. Math.round? What does that do? pv.linear.x, comma. What does round do? What is it actually? Round to the nearest. That's not what I want. I want to round it to the nearest 10. No, not the nearest 10. I want to round it to 10. It wants to be. Round to 10, you divide by 10, then multiply by 10. Also, hello, good day. Hang on, wouldn't divided by 10 then times by 10 give you the same number back? If it was 11.2, you divide by 10 and that becomes oh, round. Yeah, sorry, I missed the round. I missed that, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to have to be the way to do it. So, dot x equals pv dot linear get linear velocity. What's that do? Good lord. You need quaternions and everything for that one. No, I don't want to do that. Dot linear x. So I do it in brackets because it's easier for my brain. Divided by 10. Oh, 10. Hold on a minute. That's the brain fail. Wait. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. Yeah. So Yeah. Yeah. Oh my, wow. What's going on? So, it's that. I know it's that. Boom, there you go. Okay, and then I'm going to do that for the Z as well. D, hello, is it done? No, it's not done yet. We're not worried about Y because we're not doing anything with Y. So. It's not quite done yet. Getting there, but it's not quite done yet. I have no idea what's going to happen here. Not very happy. I've been at this for like 7 hours 25 minutes straight at the moment, which isn't a great big code and guessing, but well, that's not intentional. Nope, that's not working the way I expected it to work. I did think it would get stuck in the corner because it would end up at a 0. Yeah, it would end up at 0, so. So I don't want to do that. I'm going to do a couple of naughty if statements. So if pv.linear.x is less than 0, then pv.linear.x equals minus 10. Is greater than 0. Z. 10. Z. Yeah. Ooh. For the stream, yeah, yeah. I'm thinking time for me to go to bed as well. Probably time for me to go to bed 7 hours ago. Okay. Boop. Okay, so it's always bouncing at 45 degrees now, which I think the original game did. I'm not expecting those bounce backs again. That's weird, but boop, boop, no, get up there. But that's what I want. That's exactly what I want, and it will always be the same speed. And we can also stop that, okay? Because what we actually want to do is we want to grab the ball data. For each var ball data, blah 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 blah. And then down here, we get the all this, and then I want to go int speed equals ball data dot value. I just don't want to have to type it a million times. Speed, and we change this. Oh, didn't want to cut that. I wanted to. Make that a float so it's compatible with everything. So, no, not a capital speed, a smaller speed. Speed. Oop. There we go. So it's now based on the ball speed. So then if anywhere we do something, we can get the ball speed And we can adjust the ball speed and it will still work doing all the things we want to do here. Hey, okay. I do want to increase the ball speed, however, because it's set to 1. So let's set the ball speed to 5 to start with, because I think that 10 was a bit... Well, maybe not. Maybe 10 was fine. Oh dear. Right. Boom, 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 boom. Maybe 10's fine. Yeah. Boop, doop, boop. 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 Unfortunately, there's no way from... would have failed there. Boop. But obviously, they will break up. You go. And now it won't get stuck at the top either, ever. It'll come back down again. Boop. 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 It's going to linearly bounce off of the thing, which is not, you know, super realistic. Especially if I decide to put hexes in. I would absolutely like to I just wish there was a is there a speed? Like, I want the ball to always be travelling at a set speed regardless of how many bounces it has. But I suppose this is it. So what I want is basically both of these added together to always equal double the speed. Sort of, but that won't work if they're both minuses, or one is minus and one is a plus, because that becomes a 0. That's extremely confusing. Don't lose velocity when bouncing. Trajectory prediction. If you lose inertia during impact, so figure out how that affects velocity forward trajectory. I want to not lose velocity during did I mess up something with the bouncy material? Bounce is maximum, friction is minimum. Okay, let's comment that out. Boop. No, that ball's definitely slowing down again, isn't it? Oop. always it gets stuck. So yeah. Inverse inertia. Yeah, we'll be breaking the blocks as well, so they'll be disappearing as you break into things and stuff anyway, so that'll be fine. I would like to get natural bouncing off of things, because as I said, I don't want blocks up there, I actually want hexagons. And it would look very weird if it bounces off the side of a hexagon at an exact 45-degree angle. So we don't want that. But I want to I don't want to lose any inertia. That's the problem. But I don't see an inertia thing here. I want to always set the inertia to be, you know, a set value. Like, it doesn't matter which direction we're going, the ball should always speed up to that, yeah. Angular inertia. Set angular velocity to world space. Get angular velocity from world space. Apply impulse. But the problem is the apply impulse requires a point to fire from, which is not what we want. I can't exactly say, hey, if your linear X or Y is lower than the speed, increase that point, because then the ball will start curving and bending around corners and stuff, and it will do weird things. Is there another thing like physics velocity, but physics inertia? Physics speed? Graphics, physics world data, custom physics proxy driver. One other thing I haven't tried yet, actually. Hold on. What about setting the mass of it to 0? Will it just... Oh no, it's slowing down even quicker. Okay. Yep, and it's stuck at the top. So I feel like I can't use the physics engine to do this, and I should manually calculate the angles that we're hitting at to keep the inertia where it wants to be. But basically, rather than do that, always bounce at a... Yeah, because that's losing speed even quicker now. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 boop, doop, doop. I think I'm going to leave this here, however, because it is 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been streaming for 8 hours. My throat is hurting, and I am freezing cold. My hands are white, absolutely pure white. Yeah, it's cold here. So yeah. However, we did get a lot of progress. Way more than I expected, to be honest. Way more than I expected. I may come back and do this sort of thing either on Sundays or Tuesdays. Let me go over to here. Right. Either Sunday or Tuesdays, because that's my days off work, so I can stream earlier and play for longer. Is the idea. I can do things like that. So it depends on how my satisfactory addiction comes. So yeah. But we got there. We just need to do the collisions with the boxes. I want to change the boxes to be... I kind of want to change all the boxes we're going to try to do it to be hexagons, and are backed to be a hexagon. So if you hit the center of it, obviously it will bounce off at 45 degrees. But if you hit the two sides of it, which would be exposed towards you, you'll go off at different angles. So you can change the way it bounces, so it just adds a different sort of thing to it. But yeah, I feel like I need to not use the physics engine to do that, and unless I can figure out a way to not lose velocity, always set the ball's inertia to be the same regardless of direction. Yeah, I'll Google some more stuff. But anyway, we're going to do this here, and we will come back next time, which will be Sunday. Probably 6 o'clock, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not yawning. I'm just really cold, really cold. Did I finish the game? Not exactly. We got the ball bouncing, and the blocks doing the thing, and the stuff. We didn't break any blocks, but we're having issues with our ball slowing down during the thing, and we don't want that. We don't want the ball slowing down. We want it staying at a solid set speed. and it isn't, so yeah. But we'll figure it out next time. So yeah. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this one, and I hope to see you again next one. Until then, as always, have fun. And the main reason I want to do the hexes and things is because of hexes there and hexagons there. So I'm kind of thinking of taking those things and we can break those because that looks like fun. So thank you for watching, everybody. Have fun.